Pardon me. Meeting will come to order on October 28, 2024 at 7:00, 7:01 at the Thompson Library, 934 Riverside Drive, and on Zoom. We'll do a call to order. Ryan Canoia. Here. Alvin Hill.
Yeah, here.
Mike Krugel, absent. Russ Robin.
Yeah.
Jane Salsey.
Here.
Ray Williams.
Yeah.
Brian Santos.
Here.
Randy Blackman.
Here.
We have Joseph Brody Brown absent, so Dave Popolowski will sit in for Joseph Brody Brown. And Kais Or Levesque will sit in for Mike Krugel.
Kais is not in yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, she comes in, we'll just,
I will let you know.
thank you very much. We will now do I'll read, we'll call to order, pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now I'm going to read our chairman's statement on the citizen comments. State your name and address. 3 minutes speaking time unless otherwise directed by the chair. Please address comments to chair in a civil and respect manner. I also would like to mention that I like this is all the commissioners, we all do our talking, and all the people, please, when you're called upon, if you sign the sheet, and I expect anybody that wants to speak, you need to come up to this table, so with this microphone, we'll be able to pick you up better instead of back there. Thank you. Oh. Get down on now.
So you have it in your packet.
No, I'm
On
gonna
the
give it to
canvas.
her, but no. All right.
That's fine.
Okay, all right,
Be
all
read
right.
when it's time.
We're to item 3, public hearing. And this is the open public hearing continuation. Would that be correct?
Leave-
Okay, we got the first matter up is P&Z 2416 MI Cat LLC Max Candidatus property of 183 Thompson Road, map 87, block 37, lot 3, zone TCVD, 3.16 acres, requesting a re-subdivision permit for 3 lots according to the Town of Thompson subdivision regulation, Article 3, Section 4A1. We are now open to speak to commissioners, and you may say what you need to say on this matter.
Application, isn't it? Application 2426?
That's what I said. What did I say?
16.
I'm sorry. I
I
apologize.
just wanted to-
2426. No, I should have got my new glasses on, but that's okay. I'll do my best. 2426. Thank you, Ray.
Just so you know, Kais is just entering yes, Kais is entering the meeting now.
Okay. Kais,
At
you
7:05.
7:05. Our recording second.
Hi, Kai's here. Sorry I'm late.
No, don't apologize. We just started. Oh, Kevin's online. Okay. You're gonna be sitting in for Mike Kruger. All right.
You got it.
Open, the hearing for P&Z 2426 is now open. Is there anything anybody needs to say?
The engineer here for the applicant, I can give a little introduction, that's okay.
Yes, you may, sir.
Record, my name is Daniel Klinchak, civil engineer. Here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Max Candidas, proposing to form a re-subdivision of an acre property on Thompson Road. Currently construction of 2 new single family. I gave a real quick introduction to the previous book. Yeah.
If he's talking, I can't hear a word he's saying.
Kevin, it's the limitations of the sound in the room. You will have the recording, which I will send to you.
Okay, thank you.
As I said,
Mr. Hill? Up. Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
So originally, I had a 16-foot wide shared driveway, which I believe meets the town regulations. One of the comments from DOT was to size it up to 18 feet. So the first portion of the driveway that's shared will be 18 feet wide.
Go ahead, Mr. Popolowski.
So because this is a re-subdivision, I really, it was a function of consideration for their open space because of a re-subdivision or in lieu of, is that still? That's something we should consider, seeing that there was two other lots developed on this parcel. Right?
Yes, sir. Posing right now at 3H and 3G. These from PZC subdivided. 1988. Lots were also coming out of that.
Mr. Santos. All set? Go ahead.
Shared driveway, so it's gonna be, yeah, it will be privately owned with an easement, and again, a boundary survey sheet. Just language describing easement for the shared portion. I believe that's required by the zoning regulations.
Go ahead, Mr. Canoia.
Generally, it seems like I know that area pretty well. It seems like a bit of an issue with the water and the runoff going down there, particularly if you're going down the hill. Have you given some consideration to that? And then also in terms of the the trees, and it seems like there's I don't really understand how you're going to put that many houses in a small spot over there. With the water runoff, it seems like it would cause a flood.
Okay, so yeah, at this location, there's not a tremendous amount of water coming off the road. It's It's a pretty flat portion of road located kind of in a one catch basin. Discharges along the east side of the property. For the shared driveway, we're also here under the driveway.
Isn't there a brook, back there that?
Yeah, there's some wetland.
There are wetlands.
Any other comments from the commissioners?
Could you just recap on the driveways again? How many driveways are?
So we're proposing again, it's the existing house located. One shared driveway along the eastern line. One normal lot, road frontage, interior or rear lot. In slope, 18 for the shared portion.
Mr. Blanchett, is there an area that's at the end of the shared driveway for the winter with the snow and inconvenience?
Yes, sir, yeah, the big town, it can be dumped off here without affecting, again, this drainage or neighboring properties.
Go ahead, Mr. Santos.
NVDH approval, that's the parking or is that?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up right here. I don't have NDDH approval right now. These plans are being reviewed. Only works 5 hours. He works half time. Last week, she gave a couple minor comments. Those comments.
Would you mind reading those comments into the record, please?
Yes, sir. So, Thursday, she wanted to have readable spot grades. And show the spot grades where we get, a survey shot. She wanted readable spot grades. She wanted the well radius for this neighboring property. Electrical trench will be rerouted. Four pretty minor comments involved in it.
You need a copy of that, it's done. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Santos.
Yeah, the test pits, additional test pits, they for. Because it specifically says here, those test pits have been done and updated plans have been sent. Determined they needed more test pits.
Yes.
Required.
Yeah, so those were done a month ago. We've had 2 rounds of comments. She requested some additional test pits, which was right here, test pit number 9. That was complete. She also requested 2 more perk tests. Okay. Those have been completed as well.
Sorry.
Anything else? Go ahead.
Cindy, I just want to hear from Cindy.
Well, yeah.
I was just gonna ask about the wetlands, because you mentioned the wetlands down there. Have you already received approval from wetlands? So
Yes,
you've been-
October meeting ago.
Put it in the minutes in your packet. Don't have the permit, but the minutes of the meeting.
Yeah, good see.
I'm just looking at my notes.
Hang on. Go ahead, Cynthia. What were you gonna do?
Read my memo, which I know everybody got it late, so if you didn't read it, I understand it, but, all the questions I had to ask of, Daniel, he answered question, and like I said, the wetlands minutes are in the, in your packet, and we don't have NDDH approval. I don't have a maintenance agreement, which is one of the conditions of subdivision regulations. So my suggestion, if you make a decision when you close the public hearing and discuss this, just to keep in mind, my suggestion is to make that a condition that I receive a maintenance agreement before the permit goes out, and that I receive NDDH approval before the, permit goes out. So that's my recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Blackmore.
I actually didn't look into that because there's no place for no room for open space on this application. I didn't even consider that in my review. If that's something that I need to consider from here on out, I absolutely will. But, I think the lots are fairly, let me just take a look at the lot sizes, but I don't know, Daniel, is there room for open space?
No, if the commission wanted a fee in lieu of, you would have to take that route. It's a 3-acre property. We're cutting into 3 1-acre.
I think in lieu of, that was my
How would
question.
that work if there's not,
That's what we just did this a couple of months ago, where they do an appraisal. We have an independent appraiser come in and recommend the field, the fee in lieu of, and in lieu of.
I believe that was only for more than the lot subdivision. Unless I'm not understanding.
if you want to wait, I can look at the book, I have the book here, but I don't know how you could ask for a fee in lieu of open space, because there wouldn't have been any open space to begin with. So I don't know where that stands legally.
Well, as a,
think it's required with so many help.
yeah.
Subdivision, law, the regulation, or
Say that again, Miss, Commissioner Dave.
Well,
I'm
that's
not even
my-
gonna pronounce your last name.
That's what my question was originally, because there was 2 other lots in the subdivision, so there's a total of 4 lots in the subdivision now, which would be a fee in lieu of, or open space. If there's
Okay.
no open space, I'd recommend fee in lieu of. That was my question. Because it's 4 lots.
Yep. Go ahead, Kais.
Still on mute, Kai.
Sorry, I'm coming. Trying to multitask here. So my concerns, I'm just going, so Adelaide doesn't, you don't hear screaming in the background. Concerns, it's a very tight area to have 3 houses right there, driveway, and I lost train of thought. You said you still had 1 permit to go through to get?
not have the final health department approval. Right now, we have addressed all their comments, so we would request through us this evening with the condition that we get that final letter.
I could not hear everything he said, but personally, I would rather hear if he got his health department. I'd rather wait to see if the health department approves of this. What if somebody wanted a pool in their backyard in one of the other 2 houses? Where are they going to put that? Or the 3rd house way down, in the back, that's going to be a lot of runoff from those 2 other houses or the road. The other thing would be, you know, that third house in the way back, if they ever wanted to take any trees down, they're gonna be cutting trees down on the other person's property that they don't own. You know, if they wanted a view into the pond, I can't hear a single thing.
Guys, what was just, I know you came in late, but what the gentleman, what he was saying is that the boundary line on top where it is gonna be where the shared driveway is. So there's really gonna be no trees. That's all gonna be cleaned area going for that the front house, correct? And then the house that would be built in the back. So that should be all clear land with the shared driveway. The only trees that would be there are the the buffers, everything which will be on the line or thereabouts.
Yes, sir. Well, the site is mostly complete already. There's very few trees that have to be cut for this project. Of course, no trees would be cut within the wetlands or on neighboring properties, but it's mostly a field now today.
Is that acceptable, Kais?
I mean, no, I would not build right there. But I think it's too tight. I think that is way too tight for 3 houses. It's not fair to the other 2 houses that you're gonna put in, or the people that are around that.
I would just say that we're meeting the minimums in this zone. We're above the minimum required in this zone.
Go ahead, Mr. Santos.
The existing house. Yeah. For about 57,000.
You know that one more time?
Yes. 40,400, 40,200, and 57,000.
Meets the regulation for that district.
What was that again, Miss Dunn?
So it meets regulation for that district, 40,000 square feet to put a structure on it. Can I answer the question on the subdivision of the conservation land? I have found it here.
Go ahead.
Okay, so these new regulations were put in June 2023. And purpose of open space, section 5, all subdivisions of 4 lots or more approved under these regulations shall preserve areas of open space in perpetuity. This regulation was done in 2023. This is a re-subdivision. This statement here, and I did look further, but I have to assume it's the same, does not address re-subdivisions. So there's your answer to your question, that according to this, he doesn't need to do open space or in lieu of, because it's 4 or more lots. This is and it doesn't address re-subdivisions. So if you want to address that in the future, you need to change that. Well, my recommendation is to change it. Sorry.
Noted.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
So that also, from what I read in here, it goes by if we call it a re-subdivision or a subdivision of 5 houses. From what the note said, am I right on that?
It says all subdivisions.
No, I'm talking about what came in our packet. They're asking us to call it a re-subdivision of 3 houses instead of calling it a subdivision of 5 houses. The other 2 that are already there.
he's gonna have to address, Daniel will have to address
I'm
that.
sorry, can you say that one more time?
In our packet, I'm 90% sure that I read that you guys are asking us to call it a re-subdivision, because it's 3 houses, not call it a subdivision, because it was already and 5, and that's what makes it have to have. That's what makes it to have that problem.
So it's definitely a re-subdivision because it previously subdivided in 1988. Definitely a re-subdivision. The commission wants to look at the 5 lots total, or the 3 lots that we're creating today. That's these are already built. These were built in 1988.
That's all, what you, the 3 that are being done is the 3 that were left. So.
Originally it was subdivision, 3 lots. Yes, sir. Survey was filed as subdivision of land of Charles Stoll, Route 193, July 1988. There was originally a subdivision, cut off 2 houses.
Comment. I did go out to the property and the, construction person was there on the house that's existing and stripping it down and he's doing a great job. He's
Yes, Mr. Hill.
It was always a re-subdivision.
It's definitely a re-subdivision. If I'm understanding your question, are you calling it 3 lots or 5? I think that's what you're discussing. 3 lot re-subdivision should be on all of the. Re-subdivision.
Go ahead.
It had to be subdivided. There's 5 lots, total subdivided. Call it re-subdivision, it's a subdivision, 5 lots, it should be an indoor. There's not enough land, it should be indoor. I understand what you're saying, Cindy, but you had to have the subdivision to have the re-subdivision. So
Yeah,
there's
the
a total-
subdivision was done before 2023. So it has to comply with current regulation.
Well, currently, there's a total of 5 lots.
No, there's total three subdivision.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, and only an attorney would,
Yeah.
Okay, hang on a minute.
on that.
Go ahead, Ms. Tara.
To Dave's point, actually, and also to Cindy's point, there were still subdivision regulations in place in 1988, which is how these were created. The research that needs to be done is whether at that time, there was an open space or fee in lieu requirement. Now, I know in the prior edition to the 2023 rewrite, there was also a fee in lieu option. How far back that fee in lieu option goes is unknown. I will say, I actually agree with you and Randy. I think that this is a case where a fee in lieu is appropriate. That is, if you find the language indistinct, at your discretion to decide, but I would fall on the side of fee in lieu being required.
think the town hall has copies of the subdivision
Oh, we
regulations
definitely
that
do.
were.
We definitely do. We have,
Yes, I personally think we don't have enough, right now. Forward, I think we have to take a look at it. You'll have to go back, take a stronger look at this, and you'd have to come back with that.
Hang on, Jane. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Who's gonna do the research on that? Is it up to the office to do the research on that, or is it up to the applicant?
I would say the applicant, because they're the ones that want it, they're doing this, and it's not to put pressure on you, but it's like, this is what's going on, so it's better to be safe than poking the hornet's nest, so to speak. So, it's not. And so I think that's the best way to go. It's better to keep peace a little bit. What do you think of that there? You're first, I'm asking your opinion. You're the first commissioner. I'm asking your opinion on, then we'll go around the table.
I would agree. I think that we need further research, more clarity, some fusion. Approval.
Go ahead, Ray.
I agree with Kai too on the NDH, the approval.
Well, you can hold your, I'm gonna go down the line. Go ahead.
I agree that we, table it until the next meeting.
I'm making
No, I'm only getting, I asked for an opinion of the commissioners first before we decide to make a motion. I can do that, okay? So you just say what you need to say, and then we move to
No,
Dave.
I mean, I am saying the same thing. We don't have all the information on this.
That's why I asked for opinion first before we decide to make a motion and do what we gotta do. It's better that way. We got it. Love it. Go ahead. Dave, what's your opinion? This is only an opinion to decide when it go to a motion.
I think that this could be handled with conditions, so we don't have to carry this.
We're not
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
NDDH approval and the subdivision, and we, well, that gets on. Rather than have to, I think we can do it.
Yeah,
What was that? I didn't catch the last few words.
I think that we could put conditions that they need NDDH approval, and that the subdivision ruling is clarified and discovered, and then so it's.
Mr. Robin. Mr. Hill. Mr. Blackman. Why I'm asking of everybody's opinion here before we go, because I gotta ask, then after Mr. Santos, we'll jump into what the public wants to say, and then we'll put it to a vote. Okay, Ms. Olsey?
I.
Go ahead, Mr. Santos. Your opinion, yes or no, you don't have to speak.
I barely hear you, so I know they're not hearing. I'm sorry, can you do that again, Brian?
I'm going to approve the conditions.
Here you go, thank you.
Say one more thing.
Wait, hang on, go ahead. Guys, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my mute button. Yes, I agree with the rest of the commission that we should wait for more information and for NDDH and the rest of the. Yes, I agree is what I'm getting at.
That's all you need to say. Anybody else? Go ahead, I'm sorry, I was looking down.
I believe 2 months ago, we just did the same, thing for Casse Road, in lieu of, they were gonna get an appraiser and we put a condition on that one as well, same. On subdivision on Casse Road.
Thank you. That's, okay, now we're gonna move to the public here, let them speak. And then we'll take it from there. Anybody from the public here can speak? Go ahead, sir. No?
Actually, if you could, because we have our.
I need you to come up to the table. Anybody needs to speak, come at least up to the table, so.
Name and your address, please. Thank you.
Yeah, also under pressure.
Just use your outdoor voice, you'll be fine.
He says no weed farm proposal.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said.
That's horrible.
Can I just ask you? Of course. So the,
Could you,
go.
could you say your name and address for the record as
Michael
well?
Bond, 34 Lambert Road. Michael Bond.
This year.
Okay.
And it looks all fine and dandy on the plan, by the way. But like, I invite any of you to come over to my property, my backyard, and see this. And it sounds like a lot of you have drove by, which I love, because seeing those two houses jammed back there is just absurd, I think. But especially from what I'm gonna have headlights going into my living room, especially when the leaves are gone. But I didn't know how far off, so the driveway is going directly against the property line.
Not directly, the driveway is about 25, probably 30 feet off the property line.
30 feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
here's a 20-foot setback, so the driveway has to be at least 30 feet away.
that house on the interior lot, though, what are we talking off of property line?
Almost 80 feet to that property.
Okay, so what was with the evergreen?
I think at the previous meeting, you had a concern about see,
Yeah,
we discussed including some landscaping here as a buffer, again, between your house and this house, and so we've added that to the plan.
there's trees there, that's the thing already, so 80 feet, I don't even know whether that's necessary. 80 feet. Okay, I mean, but also, guys, that interior lot at 50-something thousand square feet, half of that is unusable.
That's where the wetlands. Are.
Right. And then you mentioned a culvert or something down the bottom.
Mhm.
And how long is that driveway? That thing's gotta be 200 feet. 100 feet. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, 250, 280.
Yep. Just concerned about that also. The snow, I know, is always gonna get plowed right down there. As you know, my house is close to the edge.
It is, it's close to the property.
Right.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I don't know, thank you for letting me ask questions.
Oh,
What's like,
that's-
in it.
That's what it's all
I
about.
already forgot something, I'm sure I did. My wife's gonna be here. Thank you.
Second. Valerie Clark, please.
Valerie Clark, Elm Road. This relates more to the fact that this is a public hearing and the link to the meeting didn't exist. It had to be typed in. And so I don't know how many people tried to join that couldn't find a way to get in, because as you know, typing a link is difficult. In addition to that, it is a hybrid meeting, and those of us on Zoom have only been able to hear maybe a tenth at the best of what was happening in this room. And it does not feel like that was a valid way to hold a public meeting. There are two people who were here in the Zoom room and who I see left, and I have to assume it's because they couldn't even hear. I don't think the public's been given a proper opportunity to understand the application. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Dunn.
I would just like to make a remark to the link if you're not able to get it. If you have Zoom on your computer, all you have to do is write down the ID number and the password and ask to join the meeting. So just hit on Zoom for future reference. Hit Zoom, join meeting, they ask you for your ID of the meeting and they ask for the password. Simple.
Whatever it's worth, we are actually having some connectivity issues tonight. I keep getting a message that the connection is unstable, so that might be affecting some of what you're hearing.
You have anything else to say, Miss Clark?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Are there anybody else from the audience? Go ahead, ma'am.
Your name down, please, for the recording secretary. Thank you.
And all I'm gonna ask you to bring it up about an octave and a half, if you can.
Also, behind. And. Right now is. Yes. Down. And they wash their cars, or they have swimming pool, but that water's gonna run right down. Yards. That's what wetlands.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else to speak, Commissioner, from the audience? If none, we will hold that off until we get to the end of the Wall Street decision making. Or do we want to make a vote on it now?
I would motion to table the vote.
Gotta close the public hearing.
Close, yeah,
Without.
close the public hearing.
Who closed it?
Close, a motion to close the public hearing.
And I'll second it.
James Sullivan.
Well, Brian made the motion to close the meeting, James Olson second. All in favor? Opposed? Next one. Do the rest later. Go ahead, here we go. PNG 2427, Cheryl Popiat, owner of 1201 Thompson Property Road. Map 116, block 24, lot 6B, zone LD, 0.191 acres, requesting a special permit for a two-family dwelling unit according to Town of Thompson zoning regulations, Article 13, 275, that 0.13.2 number 8. Do I hear a motion to continue with it? All in favor, say aye. Okay. Commission, all up to you. Discuss it.
Yes, she is. She's here. You want her to speak, or would you like me to go through the memo and then have her speak, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so, this property, originally, she was just going to do a one family on the Lake District. And then she decided to do an ADU inside the one structure. So it would be a home and then an ADU downstairs, and I believe in the basement. Because I've had 3 site plans to look at, even though most of them are dated, because she started this a few years ago. I've done, the review on all the requirements for a special permit. Again, I said there's 3 site plans, survey of location, easement area from Thompson Road, and the proposed structure are in your application, and I hope you've had a chance to take a look at it. I took photos of the entrance. This is envision Woodville Road and 193 when you're going toward Dudley. Webster. One night, to get to the highway, Wilsonville Road is on the left, and the entrance to that property down there, to those homes, are on the right. And I went down there with Cheryl and we took pictures. I took a photo of the entrance. I took a photo of the 4. I have 4 photos here, guys. So, took a photo of the 4. I took a photo of where the house, the driveway for the house. So, I don't know where that fourth photo is, sorry, in the application. She has wetlands approval. And, that's pretty much it. The reason why she had to come for a special permit is the Lake District. And you require a special permit when you're doing an ADU on the Lake District. She has enough property, it's almost half an acre, and she has 15,000 square feet to develop the land. I'm gonna say I was impressed with all the work that she has done as far as the site plans, et cetera, in the last couple of years she's been working on this. I will say one thing, I did have a phone call today, and I did try to get back to the person, and I don't know if that person's here. And the question was, there going to be 2 structures? And so the answer to that is it's 1 structure with the ADU downstairs. And it's two floors, right? 3 floors. Well, basement.
The walkout?
Yeah, walkout. Yeah, but that's still considered basement, walkout. Any questions of me or any questions of Cheryl? She's here.
Hey,
Yes.
go ahead, Rick.
How many bedrooms?
There are 2 bedrooms up, and I have plans for a Murphy bed, walkout.
Oh, that's considered a bedroom from what I read on,
Yeah, I read
Yeah.
that too, right?
Yeah, that's right.
about 3 bedrooms, that's not.
Let's just have to go and get it revised. Yeah, I missed that.
I make a motion that we do the same thing, we go into that other one and. Been on 15 inches.
Go ahead, Dave.
Also in inland wetlands, it's SAC.
So is wetlands based on the location of the structure, regardless of, do they have anything to do with the amount of units in a home? I can't answer that, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, the application in front of us is a multi-family home, and you look at the other buttons,
Well,
it's a single family.
It's an ADU, but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's an ADU.
My other concern is, in the regulations, it's defined as in the Lake District, maximum. This is a, basement is on a slab. There's no. Basement is. So it's a slab. So I don't even consider it basement. Our regulations. Way I read it.
Jump in on ADU, so we did attend a workshop in the Haven, and I taken the ADU course, and one of the things that we learned was that sort of benefit is that the existing single-family home no larger than 40% of the total floor area, or the original of 1,500 square feet, that was less. That is not ours. That's suggested from the state. Saying that the existing single-family homes no larger than 40% of the total floor area of the original, or 1,500 square feet, whichever is less. That's what the state of Connecticut has, just for reference.
Just information.
Information, aware of what state defines it as.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, you don't have anything, right?
No, no, I don't,
Would you like to speak, ma'am?
Just to clarify a couple things, the address does not include the accessory.
Go ahead, Shane.
Just family dwelling, right? With 2 bedrooms. And now you're adding on the ADU, which is basically, it's studio apartment, more or less, okay, but the approval was for a single family home. What's changed is the fact that you are now making the ADU. That also affects your sewer, your septic tank, everything else, so that has to be looked at again. Well,
So you're calling this seller first floor, which is in my opinion,
Yeah.
incorrect. First floor is anything above this level.
Yeah.
So anything that's down here is, to me, is considered like a cellar or a walk-in cellar. A lot of the houses back in the day, if you had an opening in here, you could make a walk into the cellar, put a bedroom or kitchen or whatever. But you had to have an existing entrance. Okay, so go ahead.
I would just like Cheryl to clarify to the commission members, when you say approved, who are you talking about?
building plans. So Terry Bellman.
So can I explain why it came into my office for special permit? When I was asked to sign off on the zoning permit, I realized that there was an ADU in it. I looked up the regulations, and unfortunately I had to call Cheryl and tell her that she had to go through this process because the regulations requires a special permit. Now, generally, building does not do zoning. And I'm not, there's no fault anywhere. It's just something that I picked up when I had to sign the zoning permit. So I have to follow the regulations. Was I careless in not looking at the MDDH? Yes, because I just, it was approved. And then the wetlands, I had that, and I don't know what the question I asked earlier. I don't know the answer to that, and I will find that answer out in the wetlands office. But I understand from Cheryl, I don't know if you want me to keep talking, Cheryl, but I understand that, you're dealing with the bank and this is something that they need to know. It's time sensitive with the bank.
And I thought you were going to go back to when I started this process 4 years ago, in June 2020, had a lot of work to do with wetlands for that fits, water testing, etc. I thought you were going to refer to it was in-law apartment. That's how we started this conversation. Back in before the regs were changed in September 2020. Yeah. So my intention was always there. Building plan I started years ago had always had that 2 separate living situations. And obviously something was missed.
Yeah, I would have to look at the old regulations to see if you would have to, if it required a special permit, before the regulations changed. The other part that I wanted to mention is that I forgot to mention, but I believe it's in here, is they do have a easement agreement for that entrance going into the property. So just if anybody had any questions about the right of the road, she has the agreements and they were in your packet.
It's like, you did a betterment on the road and trying to get the sign or something.
Well, we put some gravel in the potholes to make the road more accessible. Yes, I did that, and my attorney who was here drafted and sent out to the one neighbor. There's only one neighbor that has a structure. Linda Whiskey was on the phone, has a property adjacent to that, but there is no structure there. So Mr. Gower's tenant, I believe, has been plowing, maintaining the road over the past couple of years. In disrepair. My site person said, I have trouble getting trucks in here if we don't put some gravel in the potholes. We did that a couple months back. And we said we need to have a maintenance agreement going forward, whether I live there singly or if you're sharing this very long drive with 875 feet. Is that what it is? Yeah.
It's pretty long.
Yeah. So we set up, sent it out.
Go ahead.
I think I might understand why some of the views between whatever was filed with the building office. The footprint of the home and the number of sleeping units has never changed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The only change is that you're partitioning one unit in the existing footprint.
That also didn't change. It's always been partition.
Okay, but nothing in the footprint has changed. All right, so I can understand why it's confusing that it would be called a single versus a multi. I will point out that the only reason she's here for a special permit is because this is in the Lake District. If it was in any other district in town, that does not come before you. It's only because of the environmental sensitivities in the Lake District that you guys chose to keep a special permit process there. No different than if anybody else is putting an in-law apartment in their existing home. All she needs is the requisite approvals in any other district from building office and EDH. Cindy signs off.
Oh, no, hang on. Go ahead, Ray.
Right here, it says that it's only approved for a 2-bedroom house. Going with a 3-bedroom house does not.
Yes, that is a fair.
That's legitimate. And what I would like.
I'm not saying this to, I'm not saying this to bust your butt about it, but we're just going by, what's in front of us on that paperwork.
And my response is, plans have always been presented that way.
Except by the North District District,
What was that, Mr. Santos? Thank you.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I just want to, just state that I believe I did tell you in the beginning that the reason why she needed a special permit because it was the Lake District.
You specifically, to Tara's point, you specifically called that out. I can remember Alvin bringing that up during the subcommittee meetings about limitations between a basement and 3 stories and everything else. So the subdivision regulation, the regulations we discussed worked, and that's why she's here.
Any other further discussions? All right, do I hear a motion to close the, no, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, if you got something to say, say it. Okay, hang on. I didn't. Go ahead, sir. I didn't.
My name is George Brower, and I have the house right next door. I built this, I bought that property back in 1988. I went down to the town hall and discussed it with them, and I said, now there's 2 pieces of property, 3 pieces of property down there. And they said, well, the only one you could buy to build on is the one in the middle, because there was a house back there in 1972 that burnt, and it was grandfathered in. So I built that house knowing that nobody could build on either side of me, which is the other girl will win, but she can't build either, because what it calls is my septic tank is in the front of the house. I mean, the back of the house, my well is in the front. Now, where are they going to put a septic system in that won't go into my well? My house that is right close to the driveway. The young lady here took pictures of it, and that's my big concern. And number one, the driveway coming in, it was maintained to a certain extent because it did have grooves in it, because it kept kids come down there to go swimming. And it was speed bumps, because once it gets leveled, the kids come down to go fishing or anything, they're gonna be flying down. Once already, fellow that's down there, his dog almost got hit because of somebody coming down there. And this is what the problem is. And like I said, I bought this knowing that it couldn't be built on because of all the wetlands around it. Where's the septic tank going?
Robin, please, so the gentleman can finish. Go ahead, sir.
And so this is the big thing is, where is the septic tank going to go in the wetlands? All around this whole place is wetlands in there.
Okay, anything else? Go ahead, continue,
Is
sir.
it right for somebody else to speak to? Down there?
Yes.
Could you tell about the road in the wetland?
Okay, go ahead, James.
Now, where, I'm assuming that's what you're looking at, where the septic is going to go concerning the abutting neighbors. I would like some clarification of that also. To go back to what, Ms. Polpiak was saying, basically, even though you're calling it a basement, definition of a basement is below the ground, so it's not a basement, it's a floor. So you have 3 floors to what you're putting in. I'm calling it a floor. Somebody else is calling it.
Yeah, I call it basement.
Yeah, it's above the ground.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a floor. The other question that concerns me too, when I brought it up, is the fact that when you were approved, it was approved for a 2-bedroom home. You're now putting in a 3rd bedroom. That does make a difference when it has to be approved for the septic system and the water system and everything else. This gentleman that got up and spoke concerning where is the septic system going to go. And there's not a whole lot of room down there for anything to go anywhere. And I would end up having the same concerns. Absolutely. Where is it, Cindy?
It's right on the plans. I made you a 11 by 17 copy. It's right here. And the health department, to answer this gentleman's question, the health department is not going to let the wetlands be built, excuse me, the septic be built in the wetland.
No,
It's right over
the
here.
wetland as far as the septic. I know it's not going to be built there. I am concerned about what it is, because somebody else. It's like, because the only reason why I asked, I've gone through this on my own property, is because the way my house is, everything travels down. And I've had one problem after another, so I do understand what they're saying.
So you have the measurements in there, Ms. Dunn, about the footage, I mean, where the septic system is to the.
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay.
It's where what is required for NDDH.
Okay,
It's there, they approved it, so obviously this is, map is for septic system design plan. They approved it. I just have to make a comment. My voice is awfully loud. It's not an angry voice. It's just my outside voice because of the tape.
We're
I don't
not
usually
holding it
talk
against-
this loud.
we're not holding it against you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Let's do it.
Hang on there, Miss Stolze.
I guess I just want to clarify that this lot originally was not buildable. Now it's buildable and you want to put 2-family in there. Am I just getting that correct? And it was approved for a 2-bedroom home, and now we're putting in a 2-family with 3 stories. Is that correct?
That's what it says, but we have to make that adjustment.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
But the property card says vacant land. Property card does not say non-buildable. That's why, other thing I was gonna tell you.
Okay, and what is the minimum requirement for a buildable lot?
15,000 square feet.
And this is
This is
50,000.
half.
Just under.
Yeah. But
Okay.
21.
So that in itself had to be approved as a buildable lot because it was just under half an acre.
No, it's 15,000 square feet.
Oh, so it is a buildable
Yes,
lot.
it is a buildable
Okay,
lot.
and it was originally approved for a 2-bedroom, 1-family home, and now she wants to make a 3-story home and make it a 2-family. Okay.
Somewhere hang on a minute, Ms. Dunn. Right now, she's got a 2-family house, right? And everything on the property. She wants to put an ADU.
It's a 1-family house that she wants, it's a house that she wants to build with a section in it for ADU. What is the square foot, Cheryl, the section about
624.
4 square feet in, as an ADU, which complies with your regulations for an ADU.
Okay.
But the 3 feet don't. I mean, it's only supposed to be 2 feet, but it says 2 floors. Doesn't say how high those 2 floors have to can be though.
Go ahead, Jim.
I have a question for clarification in my own mind. All right, because they okayed it for a 2-bedroom home with the septic system and everything else. Now they're gonna have 3 bedrooms. Is that, I'm asking because I don't know, would they okay something like that considering where the area is? I just want clarification for my own head.
I would think that the They would have to redesign the septic system if it's, NDDH determines we need to do that, they would redesign and make it bigger. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
that's
a
what I'm
certain,
thinking.
certain amount, and I don't have those measurements of how
Because
many
I
gallons.
me personally, I want the rest of the information or I vote on this, that's just my opinion. I want to make sure that you get the approval from the proper agencies so that I know that we're not allowing something to go into play when it is gonna cause problems down the road. So 1,000
Oh.
gallon tank that's gonna. 1,100. Okay, so then my question is, I guess what I'm asking you to do is to get them to come back out and tell them that you're putting in a third bedroom and to get the approval for that before I want to make a decision. Do I have the right size tank? But I need that piece of paper saying that it's okay. Right, right size tank and, back to the grade and the neighbor, my property is, on the down slope to my neighbor's property. So you're below him. Yes. So you're above where she is. Okay.
Go ahead,
That's
ma'am.
a little bit of clarification. Thank you.
I just want to clarify that was approved for a 3-story home. I thought there was something about a limit of 2 stories on the lake.
There is, it's in the regulation.
So now
I was
it's gonna
going
be
on,
approved for 3 stories. I'm confused.
I don't know what their decision's gonna be tonight. They can make
So
a
it is
decision with
going
condition.
from a 2-story home on the lake to a 3-story, 2-bedroom, 2-family on the lake. I just want to make sure I got my facts straight.
Hang on a minute, Cynthia, hang on, go ahead.
I just want to clarify how that regulation was derived. The height limitation is 2 stories, but because the nature of the properties in that area are essentially cut into the, a lot of them are in a slope and you have a walkout basement that is surrounded on 2 or 3 sides by earth, we said that the walkout basement shall not be counted as a story. So you couldn't have 3 stories from the ground up. Now, I am not looking at the plan. I don't know if the plan here includes a basement that's on grade. That's been suggested that it was on grade. If it's on grade, then it is a story. If it's a walkout basement, that would not count as a story in that district.
Because it is above the ground.
Right, but it's because of the particular nature of the property.
Because it's so wet around.
Well, that's not what the 2 stories thing is.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So it is going to be reclassified as a 3-story home. If the first, there's no basement, it's on a slab, it's not underground. No matter how you look at it, 1, 2, 3, that's 3 stories.
The only way I know how to answer is that the regulations say it's a 2-story, can't be more than 2 stories. So that was, I was under the impression it was basement, the lake area. My feeling is that has to be redone.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my feeling.
All right. Because it's not going to be, it's not
Right, it's not a
basement,
basement.
2 floors.
Yeah.
It's the ground. There's no basement, it's not possible to dig a basement. She's putting up a.
That's my part, I don't know. That's her, that was your intention. That was approved by the building.
I don't care
Yeah.
who approved it, I'm just trying to get clarification as to how many stories are going on that lake, how many bedrooms, and what it was originally approved. Try to get clarification.
The regulations state it's a 2-story maximum, with the exception that those walkout basements that are cut into the side of the
But
hill
there is no
don't
walkout.
count. But and again, I'm not looking at the plan. If it's on grade, then it would be a story.
I just feel that it
Yeah.
needs to go way back to the building stage. It has to be real. But they're talking about 2 bedrooms, 2-story home that was, and now it's a 2-family, 3-story home that she wants to put in.
Wasn't approved by the building office because the zoning office didn't sign off on it. They can't continue.
Okay, so there is no approval from the building.
Their part, they said yes, but they could not go forward until zoning signed off.
All right.
Until our CEO signs off on it. And then that's why it's here, okay? Because there's a lot of homes on the lake, like Miss Tara said and everything, and I know this, where a lot of the houses were back then was considered cottages back in the day. And, you know, and they had to sell, they put like a cellar, you know, three sides with a, you know, like a front opening, you know, they did whatever they did with it. Then they had the one story on top. But now any one of those buildings, houses with the cellar, that's still considered like a cellar because it's enclosed, then they could go up with two. And this is from me looking at it as working in the industry. This is 3-story coming right off the ground, flat. So that's where the difference is. I think that's what Mr. Commissioner Dave was saying earlier. Okay, that's where the change, that's where the difference is. So we're trying to get a better clarification on it. You're welcome.
Make a motion to close.
To close the,
Close the public hearing.
close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
So Kevin, just so, in case you couldn't hear, that was Ryan Canoyer made the motion to close, James Salsby seconded.
All in favor? Say aye. Opposed? Hearing none, it's accepted. Okay, now on to the next one. PZC 2430 JJS Construction, Wojek Sudoka property owner of 1574 Riverside Drive, map 55, lot 65, lot 14, zone TCDD. Request a gravel operation permit according to the Town of Taunton zoning regulation. Article 14, 275-14.3. There a motion on the floor here to continue the public hearing?
Oh, I'm gonna recuse myself as a commissioner from this.
Make a motion to
Uh,
continue the public.
Just go, will you? Okay, second.
Randy beat everybody to it.
Oh, Randy did. Randy did, thank you. All in favor, just say aye. All right, we continue. We now, what's his name? Kevin Calabro, you will, write in, Russ Robin as he accused himself from this article at, 8:20.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah.
Commissioner Robin recused himself from this application,
What-
Kevin.
They don't have to. Still have to, it's on.
We still have to discuss it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, rattle and tell them.
The applicant's getting ready.
Because what's his name? Daniel has to still be here. No, he left. Oh, there he is. Oh, you're gonna represent him? Okay,
Sure.
all right. Still standing like you.
Just waiting for.
We're just
Alan
waiting
to
for
come back in.
the guy to come back in if you wanted, didn't realize it. Gonna settle this right now.
For the sake of the folks in the online room, a couple of the commissioners stepped out for a moment, because there was some confusion from some of the members in the live audience.
They're leaving it. Thank you, boys. But I was trying to explain to them, there was.
That's okay. Okay, Mr. Blanchett, you're up. Okay. Come on, Pops. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Again, Daniel Blanchett, civil engineer and surveyor. I'm here tonight on Mr. Sudeka is here with us this evening. He's the owner of JJS Construction. They operate a commercial construction company located at 1574 Riverside Drive, Route 12. This is right at the state line of Massachusetts on the west side of Route 12. A little bit of history. The applicant's business was doing well. He's seeking to expand. So in 2021, he received all the necessary approvals to construct a large secondary building on his. Construction has been ongoing for a couple of years. Ledge, we had to blast ledge. It's taken a bit longer than expected. Throughout this process, the applicant has decided to make a couple of changes, rotating the building, lowering the building slightly. And so the Wetland Commission has requested that we submit a whole new permit. Don't have Wetland Commission approval at this time. We have a site walk scheduled for Saturday, hoping to get their approval in November. We're seeking both modification to the existing spec, rotate the building and make a couple changes, which I can get into. Big thing, which is the topic of this application, is an earth processing permit, basically a gravel bank or a gravel permit. As a result of the new regulations, it's my understanding that because we're moving over then greater than 1,500 cubic yards of material, we are required to get a permit process. That's why the plans are the same, but we are before the commission twice, two separate applications for really the same project. And I just want to clarify that the applicant is not proposing to operate a commercial gravel bank. It's purely a technicality based on the amount of dirt that he has to push around, the amount of boulders and rock that he has to crush as a result of that ledge that we hit. Some material may be exported from the site. There might be some surplus topsoil, but again, nothing is going to be for profit. It's not going to be like Rawson Materials gravel. Here's the site plan here again, sheet 2. Show Route 12 over here on the east page. Large building here. Attached. The building is 100 feet wide, 172 feet long. Pretty good sized building. Existing building here, which is actually right at the state line. You'll see the state line of Massachusetts. Building actually one corner is in Massachusetts. Several pockets of wetlands. It's an unusual site. It's located below a pond, which is fairly unusual. Right here at the west side, the high side of the site, there's a man-made water body known as Perry Pond that was dammed up at some point previously, and so everything is kind of located below that. It's kind of zoomed in with some of the proposed grading. Building, existing stormwater basin, the first thing that was constructed to get to capturing runoff as construction is ongoing. There'll be a secondary basin that will be constructed behind the building once they can crush up all the boulders and stone as a result of blasting ledge here right under the proposed building. Yeah, yes. Be happy to take any questions. Yeah, this is kind of just regarding the earth processing permit. The permit modifications, I think we'll get to later under old business. Unless you'd like me to address those now.
Go ahead, Commissioner, you can ask the questions. Go ahead, Mr. Santos.
Just go ahead.
Okay. Modifications that we're seeking approval as well. The building has rotated, the building used to be 45 degrees at the road. It's going to be rotated to be squared with the road. Building will be lowered by 6 inches, trying to reduce the amount of earth that they might have to bring into the site. As a result of lowering the building by 6 inches and rotating it, we had to slightly redesign the drainage. I have updated my hydraulic and stormwater calculations. It's identical to what was previously.
Could you hold on for a minute, please?
Sorry, Brian, but there's 3 applications on here that I couldn't make a decision, and you people have to make a decision as to how you want to discuss it. And that is one of them. And one of the decisions that you might have to make on that application is a special permit. So you really can't discuss that application with the gravel operation application.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you. I kind of panicked there a little bit. I'm looking.
One plan.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ray.
Well, not much material is going to be removed from the site. We don't have this evening. But all different stuff. Large stuff here, the boulders, stuff here, boulders, here, boulders. Low boulders we're proposing to crush and use on site. So rock material should be exported. The only thing that might have to be removed from the site would be loam.
That question.
It is done.
Okay, so one of the purposes of the application for gravel operation is because it was understood that he was having some property contracted out to have some gravel, et cetera, removed from the property. So maybe you want to ask the applicant how much he contracted out for, if there was a cubic yard figure, to answer your question.
I was just wondering, if it's gonna be, 2 weeks of hauling of gravel or.
It's right there.
Yeah, how about-
Contracted out to another person.
I know you're gonna use it.
To clarify, may, the 1,500 cubic yards regulations are a little bit open to interpretation. It's my understanding that even if you're moving that material on site, not taking it off the site, literally just pushing it around, required to get an earth processing. Then stripping the tops. Commercial site. 1,500 cubic yards is not that much.
But I emphasize that he was like 2 weeks away from that contractor coming in, pulling material off that property. So there was going to be some kind of figure that was going to be pulled off. Talk to your son about it. So do you have an idea of how many cubic yards can be pulled off that property under that contract?
Usually, if they don't have a scale or anything, they go by the yards. Then what they do is if they got a dump trailer coming in, and usually normally a dump trailer will handle 15 yards or whatever.
I have a note. Myself, Cindy, Margaret Washburn, we had a meeting at the town hall, maybe April or May. And at that point, I have my notes from that meeting. At that point, they estimated 3,000 cubic yards.
Go ahead. Oh, wait.
Removed from the site, 3,000 cubic yards.
Okay, that was a question that you said something the other night, correct? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind most of the guys here who were in the last subcommittee meeting about revisions. I think we all agree that there's some ambiguity in that language, and that is one of the things that we are looking to address, to tighten that up. I think that was mainly based on Randy's concerns.
Correct.
But as of this moment, I believe Daniel's interpretation is technically correct.
Go ahead, Dave.
So where was the proposed entrance? Is it that entrance onto Route 12 that they've used to move that material out?
Yes, sir. There's an existing construction entrance with. Yes.
So it's approved, it's DOT compliant?
Yes.
I don't have that, I don't have the DOT approval.
I can dig it out from 2021. We're not changing anything as a result of today. We're not changing anything within their purview, within the right of way, but I do have the letter from 2021, which I would be happy.
My concern is we make it as fair as with every other gravel operation we have. All the same concerns.
And
This
is from 2022.
Just
Mr.
get it.
Blanchett, isn't, where that entrance is, where you're saying right there, isn't there a pocket of, where water is being drained in right next to it, next to the highway?
Yes.
Has that concern been, satisfied or, accepted?
So there is a large basin, not a large, medium-sized basin here just north of the construction entrance.
Yes.
That was built according to the original plan. Seems to be working.
You don't have anybody else? Okay. Anybody, well, you're the public, you were speaking for him, so we don't have anything else here.
Valerie has.
All right, go ahead, Valerie.
Yep, Valerie Clark, Elm Road. This is actually, because it's difficult to hear, this is technically a point of order. I believe I heard that there was a commissioner who had to recuse themselves. I'm not clear which commissioner that was, but we haven't had this happen in a while. So I want to remind folks that when the legal ruling on this was that when a commissioner recuses themselves, they need to leave the table and the room. Thank you.
You broke the rule again, huh? Thank you, Valerie. Oh, and I'll address that. I'll address that point of order on the commissioner comments. All right, we'll do that then. All right, anybody else got anything to say from the commissioners? Go ahead, Ray.
I make a motion to close 24:30.
I'll second it.
So Kevin, that was Ray Williams made the motion and James Salsey seconded to close 24:30.
Oh, I should have just jumped right up over here because we're not looking behind us, sir. Sorry, but that,
I'll hold those.
Okay,
Chip Pelican. I live across the street on diagonal from the rock crushing plant. Right on my left hand.
we'll accept it.
Yeah.
We got space. Okay, I live across the street at 1553 Riverside Drive, and my concern was the hours of crushing stone. I know it's expected to take about a year. January.
I guess by the end of 2025,
Okay.
the site work should be complete.
And is that like a Monday through Friday thing, weekend? The reason I asked that is because, when they were breaking up the blasting, they were fine. But when they were using the jackhammer on an excavator, that was every day, Saturday, sometimes Sunday afternoon. Sure. It was a disaster. You know, the road there.
Yep.
And, I'm not less than, I don't know, 50 yards away from the street. Right. The timing and all of that.
That's a valid concern, and under earth processing in the zoning regulations, there are limitations on when that type of work is done. I think Cindy's probably looking it up now.
Well, yeah, we can set the conditions. We can also set conditions that, you know, instead of it being, say, 7 to 6, you know, we could shorten that up. We got that latitude.
I mean, I'm retired, I don't work, that's fine, but, weekend's still a weekend. And you have company coming over and the hammers are going and quiet all day long, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday, nobody's got anything to do, let's go break rock.
I said, once this is done and everything is, you know, the commission is here and put conditions and everything on top of that. Hey, go ahead, Cynthia.
Okay, the hours of operation for gravel permit is 7 AM to 5 PM, Monday to Friday, and Saturday, 7 AM to noon.
No holidays or
If there's
Sundays.
a complaint in the office, and then I follow up with the complaint.
Is there anything in there about on Sundays and holidays?
Yeah, it says no sun,
Okay, just checking.
or legal holidays.
Oh, we got that. Thank you very much, sir. Anything else to say here? While we're done, we'll move right on to Jane. Ray,
Ray
made the motion.
seconded it. Now I'll bring it back.
I make a motion, we, close the application 24/3.
Seconded.
P&Z motion made by Ray and motion by Ray, seconded by Jane Salsa to close 24/30. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Accepted. All right, we go to number 4. Discuss public hearing and possible action. We should do this and it should move right along, please. Okay, we go to, now we'll discuss the P&Z 2426 and possible action. Any motion, second, whatever, so we can move right along on this application? Smiling. Oh, hang on before we go any further. Now, you can discuss in these the next 2 discussions, 2426 and 2427, then you have to accuse yourself, sir, back out there. On 2430. You're back in the meeting, you came back in the meeting at 8:40. Russ Robbins, Kevin. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah.
Second. Seconded by Alvin Hill. Anything to discuss on that? Nothing? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Opposed?
You need to take a roll call vote on that.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you.
You want to read the conditions first?
Yeah. Okay.
My condition prior to any work.
Do you want it before work performed or before special permit is given? Or the, excuse me,
I think I'm
recent
sticking with the
development.
wetland, we said that it was prior to any work.
All right, so I can still do the subdivision
Yeah.
permit and put the condition,
Yeah.
okay.
Would you repeat that condition loudly for Kevin's sake and the
Must obtain NDDH approval prior to any work.
So way it should, my proposal would be that based on the original subdivision, I feel or think that in lieu of open space, the applicant should bear the burden of providing commission a reasonable, in lieu of value, the open space for commission for some. Somebody wants to modify it? We haven't heard that yet. We were waiting on the applicant was gonna hire his own, maybe we put that on him.
yeah, the regulations require it to be at the cost of the app.
It was, I don't think we specified 2 or 3. I think it was just
Whoever he chose.
recommended.
I'm confused, what did you say? What did you say about?
That's it.
No, when you're talking about this, I don't understand what you're saying. Give fee in lieu of.
There's no open space to be given.
Right. What are you talking about, who's gonna pay for it and who's gonna do it?
It's up to the applicant to retain an appraiser and provide the commission with the fee. It would be in lieu of the open space that isn't available.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Is that acceptable, Mr. Santos?
Maybe it's.
I think it's based on the value of what the open space would have been. So based on what the calculation of the open space would have been.
I get all that. This one. I'm willing to accept that.
Yeah,
City needs direction on how to approve. What- Right, Cindy, am I?
Well, I have one in here for you to, I realize that's why I kept the letter, or so much stuff came across my desk, but I believe it's for the Cafe Road, suggestion for a break. I have to reread it, but it's here.
Do you have some sort of guide?
Well,
Okay.
yeah,
There have also been, not in a long time, but there have also been prior fee in lieu of occasions, which is how the Conservation Commission gets their open space fund.
Sure.
That's what funds.
That's fine. I
So
just
there are
wanted to
models.
know the contribution.
Go ahead, Ray.
Just wondering, for the, in lieu of thing, the difference between a 3 acre piece and a 10 acre piece. And put 6 houses on and you wanna keep 4 acres of. How can you say, not you personally, but how can the commission say, this is a 3 acre piece, you gotta give us.
Exactly.
How do we know how many acres? Right, so.
And you're standing up.
Yeah, so I think that normally the procedure is my client would have to hire an appraiser who would determine the fair market value of that piece of property before it was subdivided. All 3 acres, figure out what that land is worth compared to other similar properties around. And then I believe it's 10%, 20% of the fair market value. What would be the fee in lieu of that's acceptable to the town.
I don't approve what the price tag, you
I
guys.
understand that.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
saying you need guidance. Whether to approve something.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yes, thank you.
Then they don't have to come back, so it's a matter of you providing that information to Cindy, Cindy, you can bring it back to the commission, and then we approve, right? So it's, nobody else comes. That was.
Okay.
Thank you.
No other discussion? Motion to accept as,
Well, can I just check what you said for conditions? I wrote it down before. Sorry, no. Yeah. Maintenance agreement, make condition, don't have an agreement, no NDPH approval. I don't know
That's the
what
driveway, right? That's the
Yeah.
easement agreement that he has to provide.
Okay, so that should be a condition. Okay, well, it's required, it's required in subdivision regulation. So you wanna make that a condition? Maintenance agreement.
you accept that?
Yeah, I thought that was very.
Yes.
That's fine. Restate.
So that's 3 conditions. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Ryan Santos, yes.
Russell Robbie, yeah.
Dave Popelski, yes.
Jane Salty, yes.
Ray Williams, yes.
Brian, or no?
Kaiser,
Yeah, Kaiser Levesque, yes.
John B. Blanky, yes. Okay, we're off to the next one.
Kevin, were you able to hear all the votes clearly?
If he wants, I will say, make it easier for him. I'll just say their name after, yes or no. All right, off to the P and Z C 24/7. Is there a motion?
Under conditions.
Yes, that's what it's all about. Is there a motion? And you make the motion and then we do the conditions. All right. And
One condition would be take the NDPH letter to state.
anything else?
It has to be modified, it can't be. Basement is first and second. Can't be close. So. I'll be with that. But it violates the regulations, I can't, I don't see how we approve it, honestly.
Two, four. Feel that decision? Well. Those are the two conditions.
That acceptable with you, Jane?
How to get away with the fact that it's 2 floors. Against the
I think there was in my mind, there's just other buildings in the neighborhood. But I don't think, I'm just saying, she can do.
other places around there have the same.
I'll say it.
Well, but that's, yeah, legislation, and like you said, and the septic system and everything else, because it's now 3 bedrooms, and that's gotta be looked into also.
So the second condition is the structure needs to be modified for 2 floors according to zoning regulation. Correct.
And did you also include the NDDH? Okay. For 3 bedrooms. We don't tell NDDH what size tank or how big the leach field, that's on them. So we just, whatever they recommend to us, we follow. You know what I mean? Do we just make sure, right?
You ready? Brian Santos, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Dave Pelkey, no.
Jane Salty, no.
We'll go right to you, Ryan. You think about it.
I'm gonna say yes. With them conditions.
Ryan Canor, no.
Guys, all,
Kaiser Levac, no.
John B. Lanky, no. Huh? Motion has failed. Thank you. Motion has failed. Okay, now we're off to the next one. 2430, Mr. Robbins, you need to leave. Kevin, come on. At 8:54, Russ Robbins has stepped out on application P&Z 2430. Again, I'll lead off with you, come on.
Motion to approve the application.
Only the gravel mine.
Yeah.
By who?
What did I have to talk about?
Seconded by who?
Could we hear the conditions before we second this? It says with conditions.
And now
Yeah.
we can hear the
And you-
conditions.
But
He seconded
so
it.
now you're
Yeah,
discussing.
Now we can get the conditions.
Correct. Anything over 15,000 square feet.
Yeah.
What's that? 1,500. What am I saying? Oh, it's a zero. And then what's there? But that I would like to add to that there'll be no operation on Saturday as well, Monday through Friday. But we
Well, that to comply with,
Suggesting going beyond.
yeah, but I am listening to that gentleman, Saturdays and stuff. like that. He deserves that Saturday off, so I just feel that, you know, I mean, if they can't do it from Monday through Friday. Yes,
Maybe we could clarify what you mean by activity, like is it just no rock crushing, no activity of any kind on Saturday?
if they want to sit there and push the, if they're gonna push the material around, fine, but when you're going in there with a you're gonna run a jackhammer on a machine, he's good. I know what it takes, how long it can, how much it echoes and everything. He does deserve a a good weekend or whatever it is for himself. And he's entitled to that. That's my opinion. But I think, you know, if they want to work 7 to 5, I think we can let them go till 7 to 6 because we can be able. Yeah, okay. But I feel that Saturday, huh?
I was talking, hold
Oh, you were talking still Saturday. I'm still with the Saturday.
So I'm, no Saturday operations, which I agree with, no Saturday, and of course, on no Sunday.
So when you say operations, again, to Daniel's point, so I have this right. Exactly what are you saying? They cannot do Zippo, nothing on Saturday. Is that what you're saying? Is that the word you want me to use? Jackhammer?
You have to, because you're specifying.
That's what I need to know.
And crushing and all. If, no, hauling is different. You're really not making that much noise, but if they wanna haul out 20 loads that day, that, you know, that is not a big deal. But it's the equipment running, making all kinds of noise.
clarify. Crushing only allowed Monday, through Friday, 7 AM to 5 PM.
Rock crushing allowed.
Crushing, processing.
Well, what was that?
Have one processing.
Rock crushing
And processing is only allowed Monday through Friday, 7 AM, 5 PM, Eastern Standard.
Okay, blue, or, that is not a complaint. That's not a legitimate.
During the regular
Saturday, okay. So we threw out the word jackhammering, right?
Rushing and processing, those are your two key words.
Rushing and processing, I need to know.
I said it was yes.
Plus the yes.
Consulting, yes.
What?
You do realize they don't have a wetlands permit yet? Do you feel that it's going to affect this, that was mentioned during the public hearing? They don't have a wetlands. What?
Only talking about.
We're only
Fine.
Brian Kenori, yes.
Hi, Zoa.
So, I guess, yes. Yeah.
Okay, no, like I said, go with your feeling, but John B. Linky, yes. Approved.
Passes unanimously
Pass.
with conditions.
With conditions, thank you. All right, now we're on to order. Page 2. Yeah, number 5, citizen comments. You're all welcome to speak. Oh, and Kevin, hang on, 9:01, Russ Robin entered the meeting.
Rian.
Entered, re-entered, right now. Want to move along. Citizen comments? Anybody from the,
Chairman, there were a couple of us here speak on item 13.
yes,
Don't know if the citizens' comments will be held at that time also. I think
if you want to do your spiel, walk right up, sign a piece of paper and speak. Citizen comment, unless you want to wait till, item, was it 15?
The last commission I met with spoke for 40 minutes. Ready to speak for 40 minutes tonight on this very important
Save
topic.
the 40 minutes for later.
That's why I was asking.
If you're asking, then do it under your thing, then it's lengthy, I can't stop you, but right now it's 3.
Lock me up.
Yes. All right, any other citizen comments? And hearing none, we go to the next one, which is item 6, approved minutes, A, P and Z. Yeah,
Like to make an amendment to our agenda. Like to make a motion to amend our agenda,
for what reason?
because I'd like to have him speak before the next citizen. Before we, go on to the citizens' comments.
Are you asking to move number 13 up earlier on the agenda, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, where would you like to move it?
I'd like to hear what he has to say before we discuss it on the, before we business.
Are we taking action on 13?
We have a lot of other stuff to do. He's got 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So hold on.
I am to talk now.
I'm okay to wait. There are a lot of people who are ahead of us on the agenda. And I would like to defer to them. I just wanted to assure that we would have the opportunity to speak on item 13 sometime this evening. So
Yeah.
I'm perfectly okay leaving it the way it is. I'm just making sure that we'll have an opportunity later. These people have been waiting a long time.
Anybody wants to speak, they can speak, this is the time, or we're gonna move on. Unless you wanna wait till the next citizen comments, which is the end of the night. If not, we're moving on. All right, we're gonna go to approved minutes. P and Z meeting, Monday, September 23rd, 2024. There a motion?
Motion to accept the minutes of our meeting.
Is there a second?
Got
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. May I speak? I believe I put it into the packet that there's a correction of the minutes from September 23rd, 2024 meeting. I listened to the tape. It has to do with the last application we just discussed. I had it down that we did not open the public hearing. And here is, I wrote it exactly out, and that's probably how it should be in the minutes, is that from the tape at 3:14, I think it was, Daniel, you told me. I moved to accept Joe Parodi. I moved to accept application 2430. The application here.
Yeah, I move to accept.
Yeah.
Alvin Hill seconded. Discussion on application. Blackmore asked questions. Jane Salcy commented. Blackmore made comment. John commented on validity of the application according to the gravel operation regulations. Blackmore commented. Dunn again explained validity of the application. Comment did not identify himself or herself. Danielle Blanchard commented by he is submitting application. Why he is submitting application. Cynthia Dunn again explained validity of application. And, oh, this is a good one. R. Lemke with an E in it. Call for vote, pass to accept application to an open public hearing on Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on Monday, October 2024. And by the way, Mr. Calabro, take the E out of KY, where the Y is. Thank you.
So the reason why I feel this needs to be in the minutes, because I had it wrong initially. And I had it wrong because of all the conversation concerning the application. Which, well, as you know, and that's why I got confused, because you were discussing the application. So I didn't think it was, approved to open.
So we'll add that to the minutes of September 23rd, 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I amend my motion.
And I'll second the amended motion.
Okay. Motion made by Jane and to accept the amendment and Dave seconded. Any quick discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye. Thank you. P and Z Subcommittee meeting just Thursday, October 17th, 2024. Is there a motion to accept it? What's that, Mr. Blackburn? Randy Blackmore makes the motion. Second it. Do I have a second? Hang on. Russell did, okay. Seconded by Russell. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
I'm abstaining, I wasn't there.
Okay, wanna stay? That was right, two. Anybody else? Dave, you were, no, that would be three. Yeah, everybody else accepted, so that should be, what, 5, 6. Okay, now off to number 7. Applications received, P and Z 2432, applicant Ishawara Sharman, 1 Ratana Road, Realty Trust, owner of 1410 Thompson Road, map 114, block 27, lot 27, zone RRAD, 49.53 acres, special permit for multi-housing 16-family homes, 4 duplexes, community building according to the Town of Taunton zoning regulations, Article 7, 275-7.2, number 14, and Article 4, 275-4, A, B, and C.
I just want to make a comment that, in case you didn't see the memo, this application is the correction of the prior error in the legal notice process for application 24-11, applicant, Ishwar Shamar, 110 Road Realty Trust, owner of 1410 Thompson Road, which was approved at the P and Z meeting, July 22, 2024. And, excuse me, which was approved, I'm sorry. And there was other issues after that approval. And I did not send you the whole application. It's thick. But you should have gotten it, through the, your email. Because I copied everything.
Yep.
We're accepting it for public hearing.
Hang on.
Make a motion.
And,
Hang on.
the other thing is we're waiving the fee, and charging $75 for, legal notices, but that's up to you. If you don't feel we should waive the fee, then we won't waive the fee.
You guys all understand why this is in there?
There was a error in
Posting.
yeah.
Correct. The town of Webster did choose to appeal our decision in court. I have responded to our attorney to all of the complaint issues. Our attorney and I agree, the only one that had any legs was the error in the notice. And he did advise that we can correct that error now. We don't have to wait for that process to resolve itself. So nothing in the application has changed that you already approved. This is a correction of the error in the notice only to neutralize that piece of the complaint. And Janet is online if you want to hear from Janet.
If Janet
And
would,
basically all we're doing is just correcting the blip, the blip.
Well, you still have to listen to the public hearing on that.
Yeah.
Janet, Blanchett, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Janet Blanchett from J&D. I've been having difficulty hearing you, but can you hear me?
We can
Yes.
hear you nice and clear, Janet.
Okay. It's exactly like Cindy and Tara said, this is the same application, but because of the appeal, we just want to make sure all the i's are dotted and t's are crossed. And so we are resubmitting it, and I believe that, that includes redoing the public hearing. Of course, from our end, we'll make the presentation very brief. So we're just asking you this evening if you would please accept the application and schedule the public hearing for next month and waive the fee.
I make a motion, we accept PZ number 24-32 for public hearing, and we also waive the fee for the applicant.
Russ, okay, Dave, Commissioner Dave makes the motion, seconded by Russ Robin. Any discussion on it? If hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Next one on the list is PZC 2433 applicant Govid Paul, property owner C Realty LLC of 742 Quinnebog Road, map 3, block 81, lot 6, zone TCDD. Request to open a smoke shop according to the town of Thompson zoning regulations, Article 11, 275-11.2, table of permitted uses, number 18, retail store.
So, comments, his location was previously a tattoo retail business. Regulation states existing use needs to apply for zoning permit with site plan review by planning commission. This location was recently purchased by C Realty, and they have made improvements on the property. I did not go inside the building to see if they made improvements inside the store. But I'm requesting the commission members to waive the requirements of Article 4, 275 for A and B. If permit is approved, a copy will be submitted to the fire marshal for inspection. And I recommend the condition designating the required one handicap parking spot, which did not show on the site plan that you received. And the applicant, is the applicant here? Okay, you would like to speak? I mean, that's up to you. I'm finished.
Go ahead, let him speak. He has that right. Huh? I should have got through.
Okay. Alice.
Sir, if I could just ask you to maybe step a little closer,
Yeah,
you're very.
just come around the table and stand here, it'd be better because the microphone's here. And just bring it up a half a octave.
So I on Patriot gas station in Dudley, and I said there used to be tattoo place over there. Now that people gone, it's empty space. So I'm trying to open small, like it's not even 800,000 square feet. A small smoke shop. Sell cigarette, tobacco, cigar, and so.
I have a question for you. There's two other smoke shops in, within walking distance. Are you going to be doing anything different than what they're doing?
Not really, that's just selling like, is no soda, no alcohol.
Lower prices?
Having competition in areas.
Yeah, good thing.
Go ahead, Mr. Blackburn.
Street for parking, like if you drive by there, there's a big truck parking all night, because you are not working. So the property owner says he's gonna move that vehicle from there. And we have 3, 4 more parking on the next side, and 6 parking on the front.
So there's an additional parking lot, next to the building, so the front side, there's 4 parking spaces and the
I 7, like if you see that's a big truck park all time, that's a free parking over there. So he's gonna move that vehicle, it's not working. That's for a long time there.
You're seeing the house behind you on 197.
That's that big, like a pickup truck, the guy, that
Yeah,
brown
that's
and
all.
orange.
It's, no, it's, right now it's 3 car space over there. 3 car. And 5 is on the front of the building, so we do 1 handicap and 4. And this is not like, anything, everything behind the counter, so make easy and out customer.
Yes. Used to be a tattoo shop.
There's more parking.
Sure. When you're going on 197, you know, like 131's in and 197 crosses over right there at the interchange. Where that guys, I call it, it's really like a monster truck, but it isn't. And there's a couple other vehicles with it. Are those gonna be removed or they're gonna stay there?
Like that's a truck is parked for a long time.
Yes, I
And they're
know.
gonna, move that like that vehicle, not like.
So you're gonna be using those spots towards your establishment. So that would give you, say, 7 or 8 plus on the other side between the 2 buildings.
But no grocery anything, so
Okay.
easy in and out, like.
So you're
everything we have.
just looking at a maximum of 7 people coming in at any given time, not all at once, but we'll just say.
Like a driveway, just coming from there and go to, from
Okay.
131 to 187.
I'm basing it. What's that? No, that's next door. That's Carl's service station. Mr. Blackburn used to have something to do with that back in his young day. Oh, no, that's right. The old, yep, I'm sorry. But anyway, so you're just looking at roughly 7 cars, nothing max. Okay, all right. What he was just saying, that's why I asked him, is that truck there, I call it the monster truck, the way it's set up.
I think the Billy, he live, same apartment, but that's the truck, you know.
And whatever two vehicles that were on it, that's it, right? So those vehicles on the side, what he's saying, from what I understand, are gonna be removed. And he's gonna be using them as like, say, parking space, so give him almost 7 cars, there, 3 there and 4 up.
Building sign like more parking.
Yes,
one
yeah.
building.
Yeah. You understand that, sir?
Yeah.
Nothing in the rear. You can use the 3 and, you know, and I think,
The sign.
I think it's 4 you can squeeze in up front because of the highway and everything. You're limited there, so we're just saying 7 cars.
So are you making a condition on this?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Santos.
So do we have to address the whole verbiage on minor change? On this part. So the only condition you were requesting was.
Right, that's the condition I'm requesting. One spot is marked handicap, because that's the regulation.
I'm motion to approve PZC 2433.
I'll second that.
Brian Santos makes the motion. And Ray Williams seconds it. Excuse me? Oh, thank you. With the condition that you specify for that one handicap parking. So that has to be in the front, but it does not matter exactly what side. That's it. Okay, with one handicap. You okay with that?
Cap in front. But, yeah,
In front.
That looks like it's probably.
right, right.
Any other further comments or discussion? Hearing none. I will ask for a vote, and all in favor, say yes. Unless there's something else. What, you wanted to say something?
No, yes.
Okay, that's what I was just gonna ask. All in favor, please say yes or no. Any hearing no nos? Hearing none? Accepted. There you go, gentlemen. Okay, P and Z 2435, Rawson Material, property owner Cheryl James. Whoop, what did I miss?
Refer about comments, please.
What was that again?
You have to read. The
The
review for
7B?
decision. Yeah, review for decision 7B.
Okay,
So read that, please, and then I take over. Want to kill me now, John?
oh, you're driving me to drink.
Yes, I know. I have some in the bag here.
Better be strong. All right, I went ahead on this, right?
Yeah, there. Go ahead.
That's a review for decision. 7B, application received determination as to whether the application constitute a minor change or alteration according to the zoning regulation, Article 4, 275-4.11.
And now, to explain that, please. Did you read the memo? My memo on it?
Go
Okay.
for it.
All right, so, ZEO interpretation zoning regulations for the next 3 applications, 2434, 2435, and 2436. To ensure I was making the correct decision in presenting the applications, I dug a little deeper into the regulation requirement of presenting the application to the commission for your discussion and decision on amendments. Basically, it deals with amendments. So I turned to legal assistance for my interpretation of the regulation. Regulation states Following the issue of zoning permit or special permit or the approval of the final site plan by the commission, no changes or alterations except as provided for in Article 4, 27.11B is below, may be made in such permit or site plan except by approval of the commission on written application as provided in this article. B, if the commission determines that the request change or alteration is minor, it may approve an amended permit or amended final site plan without the need for further procedures. For the purpose of this section, minor changes or alterations shall not include any changes or alterations that would result in an increase or decrease dimensions of any building or a change in the location of any building on the lot, additional of different uses, additional signs, et cetera, et cetera. So my question to our attorney was, when an applicant, because of this regulation, when an applicant requests an amendment, application is filled out, is put on the agenda. Item comes up, it is up to the commission to decide if it has to come to a public hearing, if the original application was a public hearing or site plan review. What do I listed on the agenda? Public hearing, site plan review, or discussion for a decision? The dilemma I have in the office is when an application comes for a public hearing, then all commission members can do is accept it for a public hearing. They are not to discuss the application until the public hearing opens. But if they have the option, according to the regulations, to approve for a public hearing, then they have violated the golden rule. You cannot discuss application until the public hearing opens. And I said, I hope you understand what I'm trying to ask, try to make this simple. Rich, our attorney, answer is the following. I think I understand the question. The way I would approach it is to publish it on the agenda, seeking commission's determination as to whether the application constitutes a minor change or alteration. When it comes to that item on the agenda, tell them that right now they may only discuss one thing, that being whether or not it falls within the definition of a minor change or alteration. Not getting into whether it's good, bad, too much, too little, wrong place, the history of the property, behavior of the applicant, etc. The criteria for determining whether it fits that definition or not are pretty straightforward and objective. Once they have made that determination, they can either schedule for a public hearing, or if they find this is not a minor change or alteration, at which point discussion ends. If they find that it is a minor change or alteration, they can discuss the substance of it and make a decision. So according to his ruling, you can read the application, what's here, and then you can make a decision as to whether they have to, I believe Patel was originally a special permit, Rawson was originally, they were all originally special permits. So you can make that ruling. I'm sorry if I bored everybody, but it's very important to make sure that everything's done legally. So, John, I'm finished.
So can I move on to the next application? Well, no, I just want to make sure. I don't want to
But
get
if there's something wrong with it, I'll probably tell you according to his ruling.
Well, just
okay.
just hit me on the shoulder, that's
Okay.
because if you can stand up and reach it.
Okay, I will.
Okay, now we're on to P and Z application 2435. We're okay with 2434? Okay.
Listen to them now.
All right, PZ 2435, Rawson Material Property Owner. Oh, wait a minute. Well, it's still on 34, I'm sorry. Jeez, see, you already got me confused again. All right, we had Brian made the motion, Ray seconded it. Thought we accepted it.
No, so you don't, another gentleman with the same last name, different application.
Oh, Jesus. All right, sorry about that, guys. All right, P and Z 34, application Santa D. Patel, owner of 1397 Thompson Road, Webster Lake, variety map. Variety map 114, block 27, lot 24, zone BDD, 0.44 acres. Request to amend special permit number 22-11 to operate a cigar smoking shop located in a retail store property according to the town of Thompson zoning regulations, Article 1, 275.10, number 18 retail store.
Want me to talk on it, or you want to ask?
Yeah, just give us your opinion again.
So I went down there, and looked at the, upstairs. If you remember the application, it said he was extending his retail store downstairs, which by the way is very beautiful. And I went upstairs to see the upstairs, and he originally was going to do storage and office space. And there's a huge portion of this that he wants to do a cigar smoking shop. We don't particularly, but he's going to sell cigars too. So with discussion, Tara and I had a discussion, and we felt that it would fall under retail store. So I'm asking you if this is an extension, our simple amendment, or if this is requires a yeah.
The footprint's staying the same, correct?
Oh, yeah, exactly the same. Yeah.
No brainer.
So one question, and then you make your decision on it. It's not a public hearing, it's an application.
I'll motion to approve 2434.
Seconds it.
Need what?
More smoke shops. Okay, we
I
got
could tell you the rates of smoking in Thompson are probably high enough to warrant it.
Brian made the motion. Commissioner Dave seconded it. Any little discussion? If hearing none, we'll vote on it. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Hearing none, accepted. Next one is the PZC 2435 Rawson Material, property owners Cheryl Jane Porsche and Lynn Landry, 0 Aquatic Town Farm Road, 145, lot 14, request to amend special permit application number 18-21. Last renewal date was April 1st, 2024, according to Article 4-275-4.11, amendments of permits or site plan. Review for discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Santos.
Yeah, but just tell me why this was extended. Other was over.
Representative is here from,
My last speak when they're deciding.
yeah.
Madeline Smith and Corporate Counsel.
Ma'am?
You only have to discuss whether it falls within the definition of a minor change for alteration.
So,
Okay. So you want
so you get a
I mean, you want to continue discussing the application? Well, you gotta make sure everybody agrees with it.
Good evening, Madeline Smith. I'm Corporate Counsel for Strategic Commercial Realty doing business with Rawson Materials. As you're aware, we built a pretty sizable pond over on the Landry Poche property. There is another pond on the Putnam side of the property. So that property runs the line between Putnam and Thompson.
And the goal is to connect the two ponds. It's not going to be connected right down the middle. If you look at your packet, I'm sure you can see the mapping. There's about 125 feet of the pond that will just connect, and it'll almost make a crescent shaped pond over there. So the piece that we're asking for in Thompson is, in my opinion, minor. We have a 25-foot setback right there. We're asking for about 125 feet long by 25 feet wide to just connect it up to the property line. We do have a joint waiver of setback with the Putnam landowner, and that's pretty much the extent of it. After that, there won't be any additional mining on that property.
That's because it's pretty much right to the end, right?
So this is the last one.
I'll second it.
That was Brian and Dave. Brian made the motion, seconded by Dave. Any little discussion among ourselves? Hearing none.
This is the last time.
Last time. Okay, you got that? Cynthia?
Oh, yeah. Okay, oh, no, I can't write that. No.
I was waiting for you.
Gentlemen.
I get a laugh out of you. So that's it, right? Last time. All right. And I'll take a vote, and all in favor, please say yes. If you're gonna say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Ray,
Yes.
Yes.
I say yes, and Kaiser.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yes.
Thank
sorry.
you. Accept. That's okay. Thought I'd hear the little one crying. All right, next one is the PZC 2436, 1574 Riverside Drive, map 55, lot 65, lot 14, zone request and amendment to special permit 21-32 to modify the approved structure according to articles 4275-4.11, amendments of permits or site plan. Review for discussion.
Are you
Another one.
recusing again? So Kevin, at 9:39, Russell Robin is recusing himself from discussion of this application.
So you have to make a decision. You want him to come back for a public hearing, or you think it's minor?
You're looking at me, I guess. This is just to turn the building and drop it 6 inches.
Mr. Blackburn, Mr. Hill, Mr. Ryan, Kaiser, hang on. Guys,
Yeah.
you agree with that?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes,
I
yes,
agree
yes.
with it too. So go ahead with the motion there, Mr.
2436.
All right. Any conditions, anything you want to throw on this one? Last time.
Well, I thought I put it in here.
I can't speak of that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
See?
yeah, I
See?
think isn't it in the folder?
Fishing is well then.
I see.
Hey,
Right. The minutes. You guys give me a minute on this.
Cindy, take all.
We're not done. We just started. Okay, what do you,
To see if I put it in the minutes from the wetlands in here, because that's important. The earth one. Okay, so they did not approve it. Well, your regulations say no. And, excuse me, state statute says no, that you cannot approve it until wetlands approve it. I know in the past you have done on condition, but you were terribly criticized for it. Maybe you guys weren't, but I was in the office.
So
It's your decision.
we'll cover your back on this one, right?
It's your decision. I'm just telling you that I know that they didn't get their approval. Daniel, confirmed it, sidewalk. And, the state statute says that you cannot approve it until inland wetlands approve it. Have in the past. And you were criticized in my office for doing that.
So,
So,
Go ahead.
so can we give Cindy permission? Because it's a minor, once wetlands comes in, we give permission.
no, you're not, no.
You can't approve it. That's what she was just saying.
Unless we don't, just let her approve it.
Yes. I didn't get help. You guys, you know, I didn't feel to run back and tell you this.
Hang on. Okay, hold that thought. Go ahead, Alvin.
Applicants here need to depend on.
What's your best mailing address, Mr. Jacob?
What was that again? Thank you.
Yeah.
Got the wrong address.
Cindy, based on your understanding of the statutory requirements, are you recommending that they table to the next meeting?
Yes, I am.
May I say something?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, because I've said this before too, and a lot of us have. To save all this extra back and forth, this and that, I don't believe that we should approve anything unless it has gone through the Wetlands Commission and has the approval. Because it's waste a lot of time, not only for the person that is doing it, but for us. So if they need wetlands approval, don't come to us before you've gotten it. Yeah,
That's it.
Thank you.
Said the same thing about the, district of health.
Yeah.
You know, where.
same thing. Don't come to us unless you've got all your I's dotted and your T's crossed.
Thank you.
It does take a long time.
Go ahead, Brian.
I will.
Who's seconding it? Or
Jane
Jane.
can have.
You're saying don't even bring the application to you.
Yeah,
Well-
if all this stuff is required by these applicants, not only wetlands, but the other boards. and everything else,
NDTH, all of it.
Yes, they should not be coming to us until they've had all of this done.
Saying that for 2 years.
Yes, we've been saying it for 2 years. Now I'm gonna yell it.
No, you're not.
No, yes, I am.
Last time.
Okay.
Okay, so Brian, your motion is to table this until we get all the proper information. Would that be suffice? Okay. Any discussion on that? Hearing none? All in favor? Say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Yep. All right. Okay, number 8, applications received after agenda was posted. None, right?
None.
Thank God. Okay, here we go. Reports of officer and staff. A, the budget man.
And the report for this month is as of September 26, 2024. Year-to-date expended $8,498.60. We had 3 line items under the planning and zoning tab for a total of $995.66. And we also had under the zoning officer, we also had a few items as well. Year-to-date expenses on the zoning tab are $71,4454. The percentage used on the planning and zoning side is 20.6%, 19.8% on the zoning officer side. Our remaining available budget is $39,761.40, 17.6% utilization out of $48,260. That is the budget report from last month. And I do apologize for last month for not having the clarity.
Any questions from any of the commissioners? All right, now we move on to the plan. Thank God, huh? Finally.
Who's bringing that up? John, I guess John.
Which one you want? This one?
Well, there's 2 pieces. There's
2 pieces.
There's what I'm addressing, and then there's the
that-
requested reading of the correspondence. So
Correct.
So, update on subcommittee review. Most people are here, but I think Dave, Jane, and Brian missed the last one. We did actually get all the way through the first pass on the draft. So you should have received an updated draft with the language that you did achieve consensus on and the language that you didn't achieve consensus on, so that we know where to sort of pick up. Now I will tie this item to the next item. And again, the people who were in the last subcommittee meeting heard this, although I didn't really intend to bring it up then. I am aware that certain members of the public have been sending correspondence directly to the commissioners. This is particularly problematic via email. It is not your fault, and I don't even really blame the people sending because we do not expect them to know. But the reason it becomes particularly problematic in email is that if anybody responds to it, replies to it, especially replies all to it, it's an ex parte communication, and you run the risk of, if anybody gets wind that you've been receiving or responding to town committee, to commission business outside meetings directly, you could be put in the position of having to recuse yourself if it was determined that it was affecting your decisions outside the context of the meeting, whether for or against. Your personal emails become foiable. So, and that's a real nuisance process, like all your email can be foiable. Trust me, it's a pain. So, again, it's nobody's fault that they receive it. And again, I don't blame the people who send it because we do not expect them to understand that, right? But you guys do have to understand it. If you receive direct correspondence, you've got to bring it to me or Cindy, and there should be no response. Any kind. If somebody calls you, says, hey, I'm concerned, anything on the agenda, absolutely anything that would be a special permit discussion, right? That should be fairly obvious, but anything where you could be rendering a decision, can't be discussing it outside the context of a public meeting. You just direct them to me or Cindy because we don't vote. So we are free to discuss anything with the public up to a certain point with special permits, but right, you can't. So having said that, I am aware that there is correspondence out there that was sent to you with some possible suggestions for amendments to the zoning regulations. I'm not going to hold it against anybody that that was delivered improperly. If at the next subcommittee meeting, you would like to discuss some of those topics for me to come up with some language in the draft, I would be happy to do so. But we'll do it in that context, on an agenda, right, in the orderly fashion that we do it, so that we can come to whatever conclusion you guys want that satisfies, you know, reasons things were included, the reasons things might need to be changed or not included, right? Just have it in a proper form. So, as you know, I'm on vacation now. I'm happy to be spending my vacation doing this with some of my favorite people. But I will obviously not be sending out a new date until I get back into the office, but I will do that within a couple of days once I get back in. I probably don't have much more time in November to run one than I did in October. There'll probably be 1 or 2 dates at best that I can schedule something, but I will get to that, like I say, within a day or two of coming. And, oh yeah, and that's right. And the other bullet point, I'm sorry, I almost forgot about this one. So Cindy and I have spent a lot of time with the recording secretary after meetings, particularly some of the long and contentious meetings. And even with the notes, the recordings, the back and forth that he's trying to capture is cumbersome. And with the existence of the Zoom and YouTube links, does not need to be including as much detail as it is, and the details, they're hard for him to encapsulate. So Cindy and I have been discussing ways to try to make that easier on him. And I think we really need to agree that what he is going to record is who the speaker is, what the address is, whether they spoke for or against, and just like the most applicant comes in and is concerned about traffic, right? The rest of that back and forth, very hard to capture, right? And you have 2 recording links in there, and that YouTube link lives forever. If somebody really wants that blow by blow, that's where they can go get it. His legal obligation is to record motions, actions, votes, and the general tenor of the conversation, who spoke, and in favor or against. That's all you need. And then anybody can go back in. It's taking days for him to do it. Cindy and I both have to go over them and try to make the language more precise, and it's just cumbersome. So I'm just bringing that up for you guys. We'll discuss it if you want, but I just think it's only fair to have.
I have a question.
Yes?
Is it in the bylaws that states that the recording secretary is responsible with each minute? Right? I do think that preparing the agenda is a meeting document. I'm not of the understanding that it's recording secretary's job.
Yes.
Minutes as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's the secretary's job.
It's actually the secretary's job in the bylaws. So I read the bylaws because I am the secretary. So I took it upon myself to take a look because I guess within a year of being new. So my understanding of what it says in the book is that that's on me to do that. So maybe we should be collaborating. Maybe I could help.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
So I guess what I'm saying is, if it's a burden for the recording secretary to do the job, that is mine according to the regs, then why wouldn't I do it? And then maybe I could share the notes with him. Do it. And that way we would probably accomplish.
Yes, you'll get it. Hang on a second.
And
What
I'm
was that
again
again?
trying to follow the law, the bylaws that are written. Look at it.
It is a perfectly reasonable suggestion. I will say that it has not been the practice of this commission to do that. That we have a recording secretary that we pay.
Hang on a minute, this.
No, I need to give you instruction before you speak on what he just said. State statutes say that you have to have your minutes in to town clerk's office within 2 days of the meeting. Or you have to have all your motions into town clerk, you can't get the minutes, but the minutes have to be into the town clerk's office within a week of the meeting. So this relates to what Ryan is saying about helping, which is wonderful. Is he going to be able to follow along with the recording secretary that requirement from the state?
Just to clarify, was it two days or 1 week?
You have to, so we have 2 days for the motion, so that would be
2 days for the
Wednesday.
motion.
1 week for the minutes. You can do the minutes by Wednesday, to get it all over with, but if you can't do that, you have to have the motions in.
So, and again, this is just the minutes that I am talking about. I am not suggesting that I would go and prepare the agendas and take over the gentleman's job. That's not my intention. I was strictly talking about.
They are in his actual job description as an employee of the town.
But he and I have never had a correspondence, I think. I don't think we've ever even had a
Well, go ahead, Jay.
Secretary needs to look over the minutes of a meeting. Who's doing that now? Where do those minutes go to? When Kevin does them up, who is the one that goes over those minutes and sends them back to him so that he can type them up and put them out? Who's doing that?
You and I both do that.
That's not your job. That is the secretary's job. He is being bypassed, which I highly object to. It is not your job to do the minutes, Tara. Take it off of your plate. Kevin should be sending them off to the secretary. He should be going over these. He is the one that should be doing it, not a staff member. He is a commissioner. He is the elected secretary of this commission. Therefore, he should be the one getting the minutes from Kevin. End of it. You don't do anything with the minutes. You're not a commissioner. It's ours, not yours. I will leave it at that. That's his job. He is the secretary. I've run several boards. I've had several secretaries. I have been saying this for some time now. He's the one that gets the minutes. He's the one that needs to go over them. It is not a staff member's job. End of conversation for me. Done with that. I do have a couple of other things I want to bring up, but I'll wait until commissioners' comments.
Is there any feedback else from the rest of you commissioners on this? If
One
not,
more thing. If that be the case, why they have to remove a secretary if somebody else is doing it? That's not the way it
well,
works.
You're talking about an officer secretary or the recording secretary?
Talking about Mr. Ryan Canoyer. He's the
So,
secretary.
what
He
you-
should be getting the minutes, not you, Tara, not you, Cindy.
all right. My question to you is, I got an idea what you're saying. So in other words, the recording secretary, he gets it done, he prints it out, whatever it takes, sends it to him, he runs it, he reads it, see that if there was a discussion, you don't have to put the 4-paragraph discussion in from the meeting, you just make sure you get. I'm just, can I finish speaking here, lady? So if he does, that's what you're asking to do. I see what you're saying. Let him run it, then you put it back to him, then it gets sent email or whatever it's gonna done, and then it goes into the pack. But he needs to, but as the secretary, he also has to let the CEO know what's going on as well. And
That's for him. Then it can go to the 2 staff members.
that's where what you're trying to say. It starts all back with him, correct?
It is to go to
Okay.
Mr. Ryan, then he can get it to the staff.
In other words, it comes down to the final cut.
And who's doing
It's-
the editing of the minutes.
He's the final cut. In other words, he knows what the meeting was, he knows this, but he reviews it. But you also have to remember, we could have 10 pages of minutes. We're just trying, ding, 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 ding. Yeah, it's just that you need the verbiage that said this was discussed, short and sweet, and let's move on. Correct? That's kind of what you're beating. Okay. All right. Now we're next to, thank you. We'll carry it on later. CEO, go.
Yeah, I do have 2 reports. One is the appraisal that we were talking about, the Passay Road. It came from Janet. Sine is requesting to use the appraiser listed below for the determination of the fee in lieu of open space required for the Class A road subdivision that was approved by the PZC in the summer. Is this firm acceptable to the town? Michael L. Baldi, Baldi, Managing Director, Baldi Real Estate Valuation LLC. He's out of Colchester. What do you want to do with this, guys? I mean, do we make recommendations?
Well, I was just gonna ask you what, we need to find out. You gotta go get a recommendation, find out whatever it takes.
Okay.
Is there anybody else that would be interested in, anybody else who to do this? You know, I think it should be more than one before we, okay it.
So I will level with you on this. I got the email, I sort of threw it in my basket and,
The wrong file one?
no, sometimes I wish. And so I was cleaning it out today to get ready for tonight's meeting. I said, oh, I think I have to do something with this. And I did not even look at the regulation, subdivision regulation related to this, so I will do that. And then I can have that answer. How about that? Does that sound good enough?
Perfect.
Okay. The second request is,
Just find it.
is 54 Blaine Road, which is RRAD. And the property owner, Bernie Davis, has a house that he rents out, I guess a couple apartments, and then there's a garage. And someone had approached him and said, oh, what do you do with the garage? He says, well, if somebody in the apartment wants it, I rent that to them. Or rent it out. And so this person owns a painting business in Putnam. And all he wants to do with the garage is use it for stocking his retail materials. I'm not making that decision because I made a decision that has turned into a nightmare for this town. Out of the kindness, out of the ability of the person's statement, and he deceived myself and the property owner. So when I say I'm not making the decision, I don't want to bring every single thing to you, but this is a retail business that's going to be bringing his product into an RRAD. We don't have passive storage in that district. Where would you like to go with this? Any questions, any conditions you want me to ask him?
My question to you is that this gentleman is renting out the house, right? Then he says he rents out the garage if somebody want to use it, park the car. I'm okay with that. But if you're gonna rent something out like that, that requires a whole different insurance because I'm just giving you the other side of the table. He's gonna have to get like American Rental, all these rental places, they got coverage for that. That's what they do publicly. He's not a public entity. So, as far as I'm concerned, no. Unless he wants to do the whole 9 yards. That's my feeling.
What's 9 yards?
In other words, he has to get the proper insurance, get this, get that, see if
What else is insurance? I mean, I have to give him an answer.
Well, he's gonna turn it in, he's gotta say, okay, this is like a self-storage building, like American Rental, he's gotta have a name on it, I got an entity.
But you can't have that in RRAD.
Correct.
That's the whole.
So,
Storage
What was that?
materials,
What?
limitation of storage materials. If it's paint, it could be oil-based, because it has waste. 10 gallons.
well, that's it, he's gotta go through the whole 9 yards.
Water-based, that's a whole different story.
Just give me things that I have to ask him.
But see, it still comes down to, as far as I'm concerned, it's still, he's the liable person in the long run. Because he's renting it out and, it's creating, then you gotta get the fire marshal to make sure that the building's approved and all of that. Because it might be storing hazardous, what was that?
I was gonna say the same thing that Russ just said, is, you really wanna be bringing hazardous waste into the RRAD.
Right, well, that's why, so in all reality, I don't even think it should be a question, we just say no, end the discussion.
And these are the reasons.
Those are the reasons. If he wants to rent it out for somebody to park a car in there or whatever, that's his business.
I'm very good with that, everybody. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
All right, anything else you got there?
Nothing in my CEO report, because that wasn't in the memo, so.
All right. Anybody else got something to add to it? All right, now we go on to number 10, correspondence. Email. Removal of cannabis cultivation, request to read into the record.
Here it is. And he's back, because that came out of the, packet.
Holy cow. I better suck on my lollipop now. Oh, boy.
It turns, you read a page, Gary reads a page, I read a page.
This was, I'll hand it to the secretary. Read it.
Removal of cannabis cultivation from zoning regulation, chapter 275, article 7, rural residential RRAD, and chapter 275, article 174, retail alcohol, and adult use cannabis. Dear Chairman, on behalf of the Chase Hill Residents Group, we are requesting that cannabis cultivation of any kind be removed from Thompson zoning regulations, chapter 275, article 7, RRAD. Currently, chapter 275, article 7, 275, 7.2 table of permitted uses, use 13 indicates cannabis micro cultivator. References article 14, 275, 14.7C is permitted via special permit. We contend that this distinction and allowed use is wholly inappropriate in an RRAD as expounded upon below. We are additionally requesting that cannabis cultivation of any kind be separated from retail alcohol under Article 14, 275, 14.7, given its own distinct section. Public hearing regarding special permit application PZC 2418 held on Monday, September 23rd, 2024. The opposition against cannabis cultivation in an RRAD was really strong. During the citizens' comments portion of this public hearing, numerous citizens made various impactful and compelling arguments against allowing a micro cultivation cannabis facility to be permitted in an RRAD. The group contends that the CEO and the P&Z Commission both erred in the acceptance of this special permit and further erred in approving the special permit for public hearing. Had the Planning and Zoning Commission or the CEO understood Connecticut's extensive cannabis licensing procedures, the special permit would not have been accepted nor allowed to proceed to public hearing. Reasons for this are simple. Obtaining a state-issued cannabis provisional license is a legal prerequisite necessary for any cannabis cultivation business to proceed with any activities associated with the development and implementation of said business in the state of Connecticut. Those activities include, but are not limited to, applying for any necessary zoning approvals from the municipality where the cannabis establishment will be located. Provisional license is issued by the state of Connecticut, PCP, and only issued to LLC or corporations. Cannabis cultivation licenses of any kind are not issued to individuals. Pursuant to regulations of Connecticut PCP, Section 21A 408I producers, licensure regulations fees, it states the commissioner finds that such applicant has appropriate expertise in agriculture and that such applicant is qualified to cultivate marijuana and sell, deliver, and transport or distribute marijuana solely within this state pursuant to sections 21A 408, 21A 408M inclusive. As indicated, a provisional license indicates the applicant has extensive cannabis cultivation experience and the financial qualifications to create a profitable, high-revenue business with reasonably low risk. This is much more complex than retail alcohol licensing. Cannabis cultivation licensing in the state of Connecticut is a two-step process that only the most qualified applicants
can navigate. State-issued cannabis provisional license is a precursor to achieving a finalized license where the state reviews additional details, including site inspections and whether the location is prudent for this type of business. Special permit for cannabis cultivation should only be permitted after the applicant receives a provisional license. The applicants regarding special permit application PZC 2418, Ronald Mullen and Michelle Chipman, should not have been permitted to file for a special permit as they did not hold a provisional license. These applications were unaware of the scale of detail that exists within Connecticut General Statute, Chapter 420H. Regulation of adult cannabis. Unfortunately for those applicants, the municipality was unable to provide the appropriate guidance and allowed their special permit to be inappropriate, filed, and unnecessarily promoted to public hearing, which created undue stress and anxiety for many town residents. Furthermore, in the state of Connecticut, cannabis cultivation is not considered an agricultural and farming endeavor. Pursuant to Act affecting animals and agriculture, Connecticut PA 21-1 JJS 143, effective July 1st, 2021. General statutory definition of agriculture and farming does not include cannabis cultivation. In fact, it specifically excludes it in stating cannabis cultivation excluded from farming definition. New cannabis law specifies that the general statutory definition of agriculture and farming does not include cannabis cultivation. It is therefore wholly inappropriate and inconsistent with Connecticut law to include cannabis cultivation in the town of Thompson's RRAD permitted uses. Therefore, the Chase Hill Residents Group strongly recommends the Planning and Zoning Commission take the necessary actions to remove cannabis cultivation of any kind from Chapter 275, Article 7, and separate it from retail alcohol under Article 14-275, 14-7. We, Chase Hill Residents Group, request this memorandum be memorialized into the record and be read into the minutes of the upcoming Planning and Zoning Subcommittee meeting currently scheduled for October 17th. That is the letter. And well, that was written before that. Now, here we are, the 28th. Then there's signatures from various people that we heard from in the prior meeting. Anyone likes to.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You did good. Want to over?
No. Some cannabis for you.
Hang on.
There is a second citizen comment.
You have to wait.
Citizen comments. All right, we got the Town of Webster Planning Board, Planning Board, Town of Webster Planning Board, and then the Town of Douglas Community Development Department. We're on to item 11, signing of Mylars, none. Number 12, old business. Oh, here we go. Violation at 449 and 197 Thompson Road. You're up, Cynthia.
Okay. I know last month I did not have time to discuss it, and I did a numerical issue with both 449 and 197 Thompson Road. I'm going to make it very, very simple this month and just get you up to date. On 497, which is the old Agway place, which is the current propane place, which has that garage there, which Zachary Harris, who was the tenant there, Steve, Paul DeLeo, and myself, as to what his intentions were. What has happened with it, as the eviction notice was issued in the tenant, Zachary Harris has 5 days, Sunday, October 27th, to clear the property. The property is not clear on Monday, October 28th, 2024. The marshal will come and clear the property. Tenant did not show up for the eviction proceedings, so the attorney doubts if he will file a state of execution to ask for more time to remove his debris. I went up there this morning around 10 o'clock, and it was the worst I've seen it. So I don't know what is going to be happening with the fire marshal, but the attorney, did call me specifically to let me know that the judge says, get out of there and get them out there. What?
Somebody out there this morning.
Yeah, I saw, yeah, when I,
Drove by this morning.
yeah, I had to go back down to that area and I, again, for something else, and I passed that and I did see a truck there. 1097 Thompson Road. I believe the building office shut them down totally today. But, you know, my report here says that the health department and I were down there. He said, I'll be out by November, I think it's 4th, it's a Monday. We didn't leave, and neither the health department nor I. The complaint got into DEP for disposal of the air conditioners. And they said about 2 weeks, which should probably be this week. They should be getting back to us. I don't depend on it. Selectmen call the state police and DOT for assistance to remove that vehicle that is blocking the sight vision for Fort Plain Road. Both departments said it's not in the jurisdiction. And tomorrow, I hope the final violation letter will go out. I just had to rework some wording. I was waiting for Rich to give me an opinion on additional on fining, and I'm just going to work that because I haven't heard from him, and I'm leaving Wednesday. Is my last day this week. I'll be back Monday though. But today, I got a complaint. The building inspector that he went into the electrical panels there, pulled wires out, had a 220 running on the ground there, and they were hoping the fire marshal, it just will go down there and shut him down totally today. So I won't know that till tomorrow. That's the situation on that. And because now, even though Paul DeLeo and I said, yeah, you park your equipment up at 449, we had nothing to do with him going to 1097. And as soon as we knew he was there, I went down, and he just was the worst person I've dealt with since 1989. Yeah, well, we're hoping to get him out of this town as fast as possible. Yes.
I went by the little bit this afternoon, and I'll tell you what, I think he cleaned up at the end of Port Plain Road quite a bit. There was a lot of stuff cleaned up there this afternoon.
Oh, well, maybe, yeah, maybe John, because I only went this morning.
The truck actually that was been blocking it is a big box truck. That's why everybody's been complaining to me
No,
about.
they've been complaining about the little truck. They complained about the little truck before the box truck got there. Yeah.
I know, I told you, I was getting home.
Yeah.
They're all-
Well,
not around.
no, I had gotten complaints about the little truck, because you go on Port Plain Road, because I can turn around there, and you have to go up almost onto
Oh, I know,
193.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
So you got no response from Mr. Slater on if we could attach a finer, right?
Well, that's too complicated to go into tonight.
No, yeah,
No, no.
okay, that's all we need to know. No, you didn't get no response
Oh,
yet.
which is not actually his, you know. yeah,
His
it's-
realm.
Well, it's
Complicated.
complicated. Sorry.
So at least there's some progress, correct?
Yeah.
At least what Mr. DeLeo, he's on top of it and everything. All
He
right.
certainly apologizes to the town of Thompson, and,
Well,
you know,
they're,
and I
they're,
told him that we're both responsible for trusting a person.
all right. All right, we go to, now we got that, all happy with that, with the.
Any questions?
Any questions to the CEO? Okay, now we go to B, final acceptance of Madison Avenue subdivision road.
Did everybody get their reports?
Yeah.
Oh my God, where's the paperwork? I'm sorry. Okay. The front page, you gave it to me before and I don't have it. Oh, here it is, right here. Got it. Okay. So, yeah, we went up there and, Margaret and I went up there, the Wetlands Commission, Wetlands agent. And, she did what she had to do with her section. She did write off on it. So here are the 6 conditions that you had in 2019. Surety bond, was in place right away. Oh, okay, the surety, shall maintain, yeah, the surety bond is for $100,000 and will be released a year from the time the town, selectmen say, okay, you're good, it's a town road now. Drainage conditions, were completed, should be complete by August 3rd, 2020. What I did is I took one of the very original site plans from 2008 and compared them with the recent one, that was just given to us. And so there were 11 catch basins on the original plan, and there are 11 catch basins now. There were not any drainage manholes on the original plan, but there are 5, and they're along the easement of lot 18. There's one concrete head wall as you go up it. It's on the left-hand side. And it was on the original site plan, it's on the site plan today. I mean, the current one. And then the stone line detention basin on the easement in lot 18. And that was on the original plan, and that's there. Inland wetlands concerns addressed by certain date. Inland wetlands final approval is attached. I signed off on 3 certificates of occupancy, and then probably more since then. Contractor maintained the road all this time. There weren't any complaints from, I don't think, the DPW on that. No issues with report to my office. Increased right-of-way performance bond, which he did immediately after our meeting in 2019. I was increased by the required $13,000. So my comments are the letters attached from Killingly Engineer Associates responds to inspection on October 9th, 2024, wetlands agent and CEO. I did do some photos of the cut logs that weren't sure that were on the easement at that time on lot 18 where the easement is. 1 and 2 were taken on 10/9/24, and 1 was taken today, and doesn't seem like any of those logs were removed. So if the owner of that property, the builder contractor, if they have an issue with all those logs and the town doesn't have an issue with it, that's a civil matter. It's not our matter. When we went out on 9/10/9, could not locate the drainage manhole number 102, and that manhole has been since cleared and visible. And 12/29 memo to the board. Oh, okay, this is what's included in your packet is the past history. Talked to the DPW director today, and he is all set with the condition of the road. It should recommend approval and for the town to take on road maintenance, and so discussion actions with the final report. And I will say, even I did take pictures of the whole drive, the road going all the way up. It's really beautiful, and the catch basins are all there, it's flat. And so as far as our part, we. Any questions? And Brian's here if you have any questions. Yep, I called, and I called him today on the phone. As I was writing this report, because I wrote it today.
Oh, he's good.
He's good to go, yeah.
All set.
Well, I think you need to vote to assure the Board of Selectmen that, this is, because it sort of has been approved, but, accepted for the town. So I think it's very safe to say yes, vote on it, that, with this report, unless you have questions and you don't agree with the report.
Yeah, because don't forget, back in 2019, we increased the bond to 100,000 because of all the other stuff.
And that bond stays there for a year. Another year, yes. Yes, yes.
I just want to vote.
Make a motion.
You have to make a motion to.
Make a motion to accept that as an avenue as a town accepted road
I'll second.
And I'm saying I understand.
Yes, I will. Just writing down my things. I'm a little slow than some people. Motion made by Dave, seconded by Jane Salcy, correct? That we accept the Madison Avenue subdivision roadway. Any further little comments from the commissioners? If not, we'll have a roll call and start with you, Brian. This one here, it's gonna be a roll call.
Yes. Brian Nori, yes.
Faisal Levesque,
Yes.
John B. Linky, yes, unanimous.
Yeah. They got they have 2 more hours to go. They don't know it yet.
We're 80 minutes.
All right. Review of on to item 14, review
You're on item
13, I'm sorry.
Rainey's up.
Rainey.
Yeah, see, I told you.
I was trying to get around him. No, I'm only kidding. No, number 13, new business, Connecticut Signing Council, petition number 1643, 77 Pompeo Road, AC Solar Photovoltaic Facility.
May I make a comment on that? Got information, and I asked they had a meeting last week, the siting council had a board of directors meeting, and they did agree to go to a public hearing, and they let us know when the public hearing is. Generally is, yes, yes.
But I got a letter here from, that I have to read.
No, that's not what she told me.
Well.
All right.
Public hearings for different towns that have been in that town. That's what I'll say. I don't know what you'll do. I tried calling her, and she's never returned my call. So, maybe because I thought
She did return my call.
Yeah,
What she said.
And what she said was, and this is before they approved the public hearing, so this was before they even had the meeting to set it, but what she said that they do for a procedure is that they are handled entirely by the siting council, and they are done online, and the public hearing is, speakers are invited. Anybody can dial in, but they review testimony and invite speakers. So if they told something different to Cindy, then that may be, that is what.
I think the town should push for a public hearing in
Oh.
town.
Can I read this and then we'll go continue? Because this is from Pullman and Comley via certified mail return. Okay, to Joseph Brody Brown, Chairman, Planning and Zoning Commission, 815 Riverside Drive, PO Box 899, North Groveland, Connecticut, 06225. RE, development of a solar project to be located at Pompeo Road, Thompson, Connecticut. Dear Mr. Brody Brown, please be advised that this office represents CTEC Solar LLC. CTEC, a developer of renewable energy facility. CTEC intends to develop approximately 3.0 megawatt AC ground-mounted solar photovoltaic facility to be located at Pompeo Road in Thompson, Connecticut, the property. This letter is to advise you that CTEC intends to file a petition for declaratory ruling with the Connecticut Siting Council on or after September 30th, 2024, to seek to develop its solar project at the property. You are receiving this notice from CTEC in accordance with the Siting Council's regulations as a government official. Copies of the petition will be available at the Connecticut Siting Council, 10 Franklin Square, New Britain, Connecticut, 06051, or at the Town Hall for the Town of Thompson. In addition, an electronic copy of the petition will be available on the Siting Council's website at www.ct.gov/CSC. Should you have any further questions or concerns regarding this matter, please contact me at 860-424-4315 for the Connecticut Siting Council. Sincerely, Lee D. Hoffman. Would you like to make a copy of that? I know you do.
All over the place.
Mr. Randy Martin, you are now eligible to speak.
No, you have one more thing to do before 6.
Okay. Yeah. We have to discuss his thing.
So just vote before.
Okay, that's what, I'm in a hurry too, you know. Okay, number 14, review of ZBA minutes. If everybody got the packet, you read it. Number 15, citizen comments. Now, Mr. Randy Martin, you may speak, and I'll give you the 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Want me to sign in?
Yes, please.
My name, for those of you who don't know me, Randy Moran, 130 Pompeo Road, Grovenerdale. And I have with me this evening Paul Gilbert, who's at 76 Pompeo Road in North Grovenerdale. There's not a lot going on in Thompson these days. But there is something very, very important and significant just heard about as being proposed by the state. On October 3rd, 3 weeks ago, first selectman received the notice, very first notice, that there was a proposal for 77 Pompeo Road for 2.95 megawatt solar field proposal. It indicated on there that if the citizens wanted to, or anyone wanted to send comments, they had until October 30th, about 3 weeks. Immediately, her credit for selectman wrote a letter same day that she received the notice to the executive director of the Siting Council, Melody Bachman, and Melody Bachman requesting the hearing to be held because it was unsure whether a hearing would even be held or not. And Melody Bachman acknowledged receiving that that notice from our first selectman. So immediately we knew we didn't have a lot of time. We only had like 3 weeks. Only 6 abutters received the notice that this was going to happen. There are 72 homes on Pompeo Road and another about 40 within the quarter-mile area of this proposal where those folks really needed to be noticed. But they were not noticed. So because when we found out that only 6 homeowners, actually 5 homeowners, one was Valley Springs Sportsman's Club, and then brother homeowners. We knew we had to get that information out to everyone as quickly as possible. So I wrote a letter to all the people who supported our idea about a year ago, turning Pompeo Road into a scenic road. And the folks overwhelmingly approved it that evening. We put an awful lot of work for a long period of time to make that happen. And the primary reason, as you know, I indicated that evening, to get a scenic road designation was to keep that type of a what would be just disheartening to the people who live on that road. Such a beautiful, bucolic road. And the main purpose was to keep a potential solar farm away because there had been some some talk over a few years that could happen. So we thought that we were in pretty good shape at that point, although we knew that it wasn't 100% certain because the siting council can override local ordinances. Unconstitutional as that sounds, the siting council can override anything. Any of you do, the selectman does, zoning does, any of us. So we knew that that was a possibility. We didn't think it was going to happen. But reality hit about 3 weeks ago. So we mobilized. I sent out 130 letters to all the residents of Pompeo Road, all the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, all the members of the Conservation Commission, the Inland Wetland Commission, the Board of Selectmen, Attorney General William Kong, U.S. Congressman Joe Courtney, our 2 state senators, our state representatives, Executive Director of the Last Green Valley, the Fire Marshal, the Building Marshal, anyone that I could think of that really ought to know that Pompeo Road was going to be devastated. And we had very little say. So we mobilized a lot of people involved, a lot of people who are a lot smarter than I am, got a lot of good advice, and we were able to successfully, and interestingly enough, even though we had till October 30th people to file their objections, they decided that they were going to meet and make that decision on the 24th, last Thursday. The commission was meeting. Fortunately, enough people had really shown some strong rejection to this plan, and the siting council did vote to send it to a public hearing. Good question to be determined whether it's going to be local, Zoom, and when it's going to be actually held. A hearing that it might not be for a little while now. I'm here tonight to ask you for your help. You're the planning commission for the town of Thompson. Does the planning commission want this kind of activity in a residential area, in a neighborhood, third of a mile from our school system, the way the crow flies? 130 homes within a quarter of a mile radius, where it's not known these things are dangerous. Solar field, the building being as close to me as I am to Ray here on Pompeo Road. The site is seen by everyone who goes up Pompeo Road every day. For the rest of all of our lives, we're going to be looking at that ugly field. There are 2 other solar fields in Thompson, as far as I know. One off of Ballard Road, the old Barrett Farm, and one in Mechanicsville, the Sagwa project. Never became controversial because you can't see them. Any home, you can't hear them. They don't disturb the sight line for anyone. So there was not a lot of objection. Now, what I have found out, what smarter people than I have found out, is that there is not one solar system in the state of Connecticut today that is on a scenic road or scenic highway, back road, a town road like we have, or a highway like a 169 or 171, scenic roads. They are making Thompson a guinea pig, and that's the word that was used by those folks, a guinea pig for how this is going to play out. So we're very uncomfortable with that. We don't want to be the first town, the first scenic road to have devastation. I mean, if you've looked at the plan, and you probably haven't, you guys got a lot of other stuff on your place that I don't blame you, but I encourage you in the near future to get a little familiar with that proposal. And there's a house that is going to have solar panels on all 3 sides of it. And, you know, and I guess someone might say, well, there must be something in it for Thompson. There is nothing in it for Thompson in a monetary value at all. Talk to the assessor. Talk to the assessor as late as about 9 o'clock this morning, before some of us headed to the siting council Saturday. The assessor tells me that Thompson will lose more in lost property value for all of our homes on Pompeo Road and in the quarter-mile area around that site than it will gain from about $22,000 of additional revenue from the siting council land. The actual panels are not taxable, so it's just changing the land value from open space. That 16-acre proposal, I guess it's about $22. So Tom Thompson's actually lose revenue. This. So I'm not sure where to turn. I sent you all a letter a week and a half ago because I really thought that we were, you know, we had an October 30th deadline, hoping that, you know, some of you would probably, you know, get some letters, but we did get enough letters, as I said, to have a hearing. Now, what do we need? I think we need more support. I think we need a plan from the planning commission, or a letter or a statement or something that says Thompson does not want this. It doesn't benefit us. It certainly doesn't benefit us on a scenic road. You know, there are plenty of properties. You know, Thompson and other surrounding towns where you'd never know. You'd never know there's a pretty good sized solar field in on Valley Road because you can't see it from anywhere. You can't see it from my house. I visited one in East Putnam. I visited the one in Brooklyn, one in Pomfret, and the two in town. And wouldn't know that they're there. You're driving by, you have to look for them. On Pompeo Road, every time you go by on Pompeo Road, 4, 5, 6, 8 times a day, sometimes I wait, you're gonna see that ugliness. So I'm not sure, I'm here to give information to everyone, ask for your assistance, urge the siting council to rethink their proposal. I know that's a difficult thing to do because these 7 councilors have never been to Thompson. They don't know where Thompson is. This is actually Thomas. They don't care about any of us. We're going to live with this for the rest of our lives. There are many people on Pompeo Road who have lived there. And there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of concern, and there's a lot of angst amongst those people on Pompeo Road right now. So, expect you guys to do anything today. I wanted to make you aware of it. I sat the Conservation Commission last week, had the same kind of discussion with them. They actually wrote a letter that evening, went out the next morning to the siting council. One of the objections that that the siting council had received prior to their meeting last Thursday on the 24th. Just want to know if you can help us, help the citizens. It does nothing. There's some argument. Now, the point I want to make is that this proposal started on April 21st, 2021, 3.5 years ago. 3.5 years ago, the owners of that property contacted the solar company. I don't think we heard anything about it in this town. I'm sure there are people in this town. None of the residents knew about this until 3rd this month. 2 weeks ago. They had 3.5 years to put their plan together. Doing all their studies, doing all their Yahoo things, whatever it is that they do. And we had told us 3.5 weeks to reply, but in fact, they took a week away, they didn't do that. Doesn't seem fair. The system is stacked against towns in Connecticut. You know why the siting council was established, right? Because towns couldn't, towns didn't want these kind of things in their backyards, and the government said, we're gonna have a siting council that is gonna override anything that you want, that the selectmen want, that the residents of towns. So, I ask all of you, any of you want to get up in the morning, look out your bedroom window, your picture window, and see a solar field across the street? I think so. Who's going to be valued? Assessor will be the first one to tell you who is going to lose money. This makes sense. So, thank you for paying attention. I'd like to go on a lot longer, but it is almost 11 o'clock. Paul, did you want anything? Paul is right across the street from where this is gonna happen. He's got $1 million home that's gonna be worth $200,000. I'll go with 78.
My only concern is it's a scenic road, and if this goes in, does it lose that designation of a scenic road? And does the siting board have that capability to do that? Take it away. It's not going to be scenic if this goes in. And nothing else to say. Randy said it all. We're here to see if we can help us.
Plans,
I'm sorry?
You have the plans of where they're.
That's it. If these plans have been made for 3.5 years, planning board hasn't seen it, the selectmen haven't seen it. They've just come out a couple weeks ago, but they're all there for you to download. I would have expected that the zoning or the planning office.
Just
would come back to you by now.
Lot right here, that's.
Yeah. There's 149 acres.
About 160 acres.
So bags and they eat about.
Putting over 60. No, that's not it.
Find the barn.
This is the barn.
So it starts here. Yeah. And then it moves down the long.
Oh, so they cut this all up.
Where they break the land over the last 2 years. Took all those trees down.
They cleared it. They did it, what they.
Well, it shows it.
I drove there the other day to drive by.
What's that?
Solar company came in.
They were there, yeah.
They had a little display of what they were proposing back when we were doing when you guys did the scenic road. He came in, a representative from that company came in, because I remember seeing him. He had a little easel with a little drawing to show where, yeah. I don't remember where exactly he put it, but I know he was there, like to support them. Support Palmview.
Yeah, he gave like a couple minute.
Yes.
Yeah, they were there then.
Plus.
No, the whole lines.
The whole phone line has to be upgraded, three phase.
Yeah, there's no.
There's no, it's single phase right now. Yeah, but that's been up Rossin Road and Buckley Hill Road. Going towards
Ones are Ross to get to the power lines that go to the substation on.
200. Yeah, that was all approved by well, now it's Eversource,
But all those poles would have to be upgraded all the way down.
I'm sorry?
All the poles would have to be upgraded all the way down Palmview.
Are you gonna do that underground, most of those big areas?
No, they put them above ground, but what they're gonna end up doing is when you do three phase, you're gonna take the poles that are in there now, they're gonna put bigger poles in to handle the weight of the three phase lines.
So in addition to this, if it happens, is about a year and a half of lead time of work that is going to happen. Construction trucks, just exactly what you're talking about. For about a year and a half, the citizens of Poplar Road and Buckley Hill and Rossett Avenue and Valley Road, Valley Springs Road. This affects a lot of people. There's gonna be a lot of construction about 18 months prior to this thing. So I think we need to get serious and we need to talk to the people we need to talk to. Again, I've not heard back yet from the Attorney General. I would expect to. It's an election year. Expect to hear back. But again, all these letters just went out about a week ago because we just found out about this.
It's usually the process there with the hearings and everything, commissioners. They will probably not make a final decision until January of 2025, because, you know, they gotta go through the process.
They have to March.
What's that, Cynthia?
They have to March, but Brian, to answer about the application itself, the whole, hard copy of the packet is in the town clerk's office, but all you do is just hit that link that's in that letter. They have it right there. Everything is right there. And my one question on it was, why only 6 people were notified? Because, you know, we have to do 200 feet. I found out from the office, that all they're required to do is to notify just the people who abut the property, which I think,
However, everyone along that stretch of Pompey Road is less than 50 feet away from that property. Paul's property is 71 feet. We measured it last week. This Paul's wife, my wife and I, the 4 of us were out there at night with the flashlight. We measured it 71 feet, 71 feet from that first solar panel. Paul's yard.
What was that? Low quality development. What it is, it's like the bottom tier of renewable energy, solar and wind. Higher IQ guys in biofuel. That's why I'm in that part of the business. Because we actually fuel. If you want to make electricity, you have biodigesters, like at Fort Hill, for instance.
Right.
Those are high quality. This stuff is not high quality. To answer your other question, what can we do about it? Well, we can't do anything going retroactive. Regulation.
no, you can't. No,
Grandfathered in.
no, start, go to site account. Yeah, right. Yes, they statute.
They supersede.
Yes, they literally can come in and null and void anything that we do.
Yeah.
Which I think is a travesty of government.
That's very.
It supersedes our regulations that we have for solar. And it's in the regulation as to how much you can regulate, and after that certain point, then the site account. So, and that's what happened with the telecommunications. I was really involved with that when it first started out. I have the same opinion that.
I think our best chances of defeating this are the right political person takes this on, or the scenic road designation. Yeah, a lot of solar fields in Connecticut, not one of them is on a scenic road. I think when the owners of this property started this process, put this process together with the company they contracted with, there may have been a lot of mistruths that were talked about. I mean, if you look at the proposal that you can all look at, stuff there that sense is factually incorrect. What do you know about? Well, I won't say anything. Most of us here didn't know anything about this, but didn't know the depth of this weeks ago.
Go ahead, Ray.
Should we, as a commissioner, have somebody, probably our secretary, write a letter to that commission coming from the planning and zoning?
Be an appropriate person because he that's in his realm, you know, energy.
You know, we should probably, you know, stand behind them, from Thompson Planning and Zoning, write a letter to that commission.
But before he sends it out, if he does put it together and everything, he should,
No, he can't, he's gotta send it to us.
he's gotta sit that, thank you. It's gotta come to us to review and everything to say yes, no, or indifferent. Yeah, yeah, right. It has to, but it has to stay within the commission first. Before,
You wanna wait a month to get that
No.
letter.
Oh, we got it, that's gotta be done quick.
Yeah, and Ryan,
Conservation Commission did it that evening before they closed their meeting.
But it's getting late.
do you want to stay until midnight with us? You're welcome to stay. Just go down the road and get us some water.
We are still accepting public comment.
Yes,
on
they'll
the
be
petition
accepted, yeah.
Through Wednesday,
Wednesday, is it? I thought it was.
October 30th. They are, they
All
are
right.
accepting
So
public feedback
you
on the
basically have to
petition
Wednesday.
through Wednesday.
Nice.
when you go home, Ryan, make sure.
Fire refinery.
all right, Mr. Rick?
So I take it, I'm we're requesting this group and myself, requesting to have, cannabis cultivation removed from. Now, I didn't take it as being a vote, it's just really, we're requesting change in the regulation. Via the sub. There's really no benefit. See any benefit at all. For farming community. We have enough drug problems in the areas surrounding. Advocating or having. The other is that, when the budget comes up and, I've been to the hearings, we often mention the children. In fact, we had the, track. It's about $1 million. And, it's just contradictory. Now we want to, have a pot. No benefit. Our current regulations for cannabis are the most liberal that several towns actually. And Woodstock. And just want to mention, Putnam, they had a public hearing. I would really recommend that be considered. It's really important. You have a good name here in Thompson. I would really advocate. I was really amazed when issues this actually with Being back by the young families. Children. See that. Thanks to thank you.
That's it, the fourth one, Jane, the fifth meeting since you've been on the committee. Mr. Porter, right? Poitras, okay. You're welcome to sit in on the subcommittees, because that's where we're gonna be discussing some of this, okay, to give your information. That's the best I can say, because I don't want to elaborate on it.
I also just hope that we provided a service by actually creating that document.
Well, what
that
you
we
did.
handed out there to hearing. Just to inform you, I just find that the state and the DCP, Consumer Protection, has not done the proper training for the municipalities. So they're quite complex.
It is a touchy subject, so we're trying to do our best. But like I said, you can sit in, listen in the subcommittees, and we respect you to send any type of information to the CEO or to the planner, so it'll get to us. So we be able to deal with it. I think that's the best way to put it.
The information that I had received regarding the commissioners, I have absolutely kept by myself and haven't shared.
Thank you for that. Oh, I guess I belonged on the floor. Anybody else? Okay, we're off to the commissioner comments. Go ahead, Ms. Jane.
Okay. I had a whole bunch of things I wanted to bring up tonight. But because of the hour, I'm not going to hit all of them. One, I feel extremely strong about what Rini was discussing and Rick was discussing. So I'm hoping that we can get to something that will help us all completely. I did not attend the last subcommittee meeting, but I did sit and listen to the whole thing. It goes back to what we were discussing earlier concerning the minutes of the meetings. I totally understand the brevity, keeping things short and sweet, because you absolutely can get to the point without going 5 miles long on a sheet of paper. But I was very disappointed. The last 22 or 23 minutes of that meeting, none of it was in the minutes of the meeting. That's wrong. That needs to be taken care of. Everything that was said in the last 20 some odd minutes did not make it into the minutes of the meeting. Not going to happen again. We have to correct that. I don't care how brief we make it. This is called transparency. The townspeople need to know what is going on. It's just things get kept secret. No, we can't do this again. I really wanted to get into this stuff. I'll hit the other thing that we need to discuss this hot situation ASAP with a subcommittee meeting. I am thinking that we get this done this week at some point. We do not need, we are the commission. We can sit and do the regulations. Kara, I really,
No, you can't. Jane, every time you open your mouth in this meeting, we are put in legal jeopardy for one reason or another. There is a reason that Cindy and I do some of this stuff for you.
No,
you guys make
no,
the
Tara.
final decisions, but they've got to be based in legal language. They've
Tara,
got.
I'm talking, do not interrupt me. I do not interrupt you. You are not part of this commission. I have been saying that for 3 years. I do appreciate all the work and all the help that you do. But you're not part of this commission. You are not our boss. We do not have to answer to you. This commission is perfectly capable. You talk to us like we're all children and we don't know what we're doing, and I take offense by that. I listened to the last 20 minutes of that tape. That was a chastisation of everybody sitting on this board. That needs to change, and we can do regulations without you. We are the commission. We do not need your permission to tell us what to say and when to say it. That is something I want to put out there. We're not fools, Tara, so don't treat us. I do resent that. And again, 20 minutes missing from those meetings. The other things I will let go tonight because it is late. But I am not happy with the way things are being done. And as I went to Ryan, he is the secretary. He is the one that is supposed to do it. So I'm going to end my rant on that. Yes.
One thing in closing on that, I just wanted to say that I think that we should confront the big issues that are coming up in the subcommittee. Do you think that it's going to be a process with, with all the applications and getting a lot of pushback from the town, I can see. So we do need to sit down and have a face-to-face. I do believe strongly in that. I don't think that we should be sitting in a Zoom room. That's not necessarily the way that, it's okay when people are, like I have calls with, Texas and New York and all over, that's fine. But we live in this town. We don't need to be on Zoom in a subcommittee with a really important topic that's coming up about our town regulations for zoning. I mean, how many people are going to come through here and complain before we actually starting to serious?
I agree, right. There's a lot more things that we need to discuss that are more important than what has been brought up in many cases at the subcommittees. One is the pot situation. 2, see what we can do to make sure that this type of thing that you're going through really doesn't happen again. These are things that are utmost of importance. What I stated earlier, nobody should be coming to this commission for a permit unless they have gotten all their stuff done before they come to us. I can't tell you how many hours that we waste because they don't have their I's dotted and their T's crossed. It is a waste of time. That is something that needs to be put in the regulations for the process of applying for a permit. Go get your wetlands, go get this, everything needs to be done before they come to this. We've said it before and I'm saying again, these things are the things that need to be discussed. We are the commission. We don't need to have somebody riding herd over us. The regulation as a commission. That's the way most commissions run. But that's all I have to say. I want to see some changes made so that we are able to get some things done without spending hour after hour after hour and other things.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Just to clarify, I just want to say we should have Zoom though, because it should be an option for people. Yes. I believe strongly in that.
Yes.
I also don't think we should be excluding, people for here and that's fine. But at the same time, we need to do this in person. So yeah, maybe we should just do a quick vote and just say, does the commission want to do it? Because I'm not the commission. We're the commission. So do people want to do an in-person meeting for the more complicated subject or not?
Committees, the meetings are not don't vote on anything. It's discussion. I would prefer to have face-to-face because then I actually gather more information sitting face-to-face with somebody. This is not a big problem if we do a face-to-face. Does the commission agree with this? Is there something, you know, would you be willing to sit down face to face to have these subcommittees? I'm not saying every single one of them, but the big ones, like the pot, like the way things are done with the commission. Those are the biggies. So I'm saying, let's do a face-to-face subcommittee. Maybe we can get done before 2 hours is up. Because on the Zoom thing, it's long and drawn out. We can do it much faster. That's my thought. Ryan, would you be willing to sit in on a face-to-face sub? And I understand that too. Blackie, I mean, it would be the option, but I really do feel that we need to discuss the big things face to face, and we can do it as the commission. Alvin, what do you think? Would you sit in when we have something really big to discuss? Would you agree to sitting face to face? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ryan?
Yes, obviously.
For it,
Okay.
but there's only one thing. You gotta remember one thing though. If you have a subcommittee, it's commissioners only speaking, that's it. Public can sit in. They have a right to sit in, because we said and promised that we would keep them abroad of every. What's that, mister? Yeah, all right. I'm just saying, we need to keep it that way. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Send it to India. That's your job to write this up. So then everybody can decide and then you can send it in. Whatever, the consensus is. Okay? Yes, Ray.
These last meetings we've been having people coming in here, voicing their opinions. Everybody come and sit here are the people that vote us into these positions. And, they bring up stuff, we've had stuff brought up about plot, we've had stuff brought up about lot sizes, people complaining about their, headlights going into their windows. Density. Density was stolen away from the RRAD when it went from 2 acres down to 1 acre. And, people could come in last time about the headlights, and here again tonight saying stuff about headlights. We ought to be really saying to us and not just being communistic and making all these laws that are against what the town wants. We should be going by people that vote us into these positions on top of we, not with certain people. It's not right.
Any more commissioners? All right, we're on. I didn't even, thank you. I was just. Next meeting, see? You're jumping ahead of me. Next meeting, Monday, November 25th, 2024 at 7 PM. Thompson Town Hall, Riverside Drive. Number 18, adjournment. What time we got?
11.
Jane, you made the motion?